Good afternoon. Opening today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board, Wednesday, December 13th, 2023. At this time, I will take public comment on closed session agenda items only. Speakers will have 2 minutes each. The items on the closed session agenda are as follows. Item B1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation. B2, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. B3, Conference with Labor Negotiator. B4, Conference with Legal Counsel. B5, Student Readmissions, and B6, Student Expulsions. Are there members of the public who wish to speak on closed session items?
President Manieri, there are no closed session agenda item blue cards.
Thank you. At this time, we will recess to closed session. Good evening. Thank you all for attending today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board, opening this meeting Wednesday, December 13th, 2023. We will start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and remain standing through our land acknowledgement.
I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City School is on
Thank you. Please remain standing for our land acknowledgement, and leading us in our land acknowledgement is Yvette Miner.
Yvette, if you're there, could you please unmute?
Thank you. I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvette. Oh, you may all be seated.
Apparently it's not quite loud enough, so it needs to go, we need to tell someone in the control room. Would you like me to go do that?
We're going to take a brief pause. We've been informed that the speakers located outside are not working right now. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I want to begin our meeting by thanking the many members of our community for joining us at tonight's meeting of the Board of Education. Thank you for being here with us. The room is full, and we have many people joining us online. You are here because you care. You care about public education. You care about our students and staff. And given that tonight's agenda includes a discussion item on campus safety, one of the most pressing issues in our schools today, I am sure that many of you are here regarding campus, student, and staff safety. Again, thank you for being here. I am sure that some would like us to dive right into that topic, but before we move that item, we do have some operational matters that we are obligated to address today. Thank you for your kind patience. We'd also like to remind everyone that if you would like to give public comment today, you must fill out a blue speaker card inside of the chambers. We ask that folks outside please give way for others to do that. Once you have filled out your blue card, you may return outdoors until your name is called. We also ask that if you have had an opportunity to address the board before, that you please provide the opportunity for others who may have not had the opportunity, especially our youth and students. First up on our agenda, I must report out of closed session. So this is item C3, reports of actions taken in closed session. I must report out any actions that the board took, and I am going to share a few actions. The first is that the board has found that students with case numbers 2022-2343, 2022-2345, and 2022-2347 met the requirements for readmission to the district. Secondly, the board approved the recommendation of dismissal of an employee upon review of a Skelly hearing, and the board upheld the recommendation of a hearing officer to dismiss an employee. Third, I'd like to use this report out to thread together three important topics on tonight's agenda. One, the superintendent's evaluation, which was discussed in closed session. Two, my end of year comments as I step down from the presidency and we move new officers into the positions of president, vice president, and clerk. This rotation of officers takes place every year at this time, in fact, this meeting. And three, the upcoming agenda item on safety. The Board of Education and superintendent met tonight in closed session to discuss her evaluation. And from the outset, I want to highlight that Superintendent Turnell insisted that she did not want to discuss her compensation until we have settled negotiations with our employees. This insistence is worth noting because it underscores her loyalty to all employees. I know indeed this entire board knows, as does our cabinet and likely our administrative team and all employees, that our superintendent has been the target of sharp criticism regarding campus safety. So I feel a strong obligation to clarify that criticism, that she is not doing enough, that she is not quick to move, that she is not listening to our teachers, our school personnel, our students and families. This is not at all accurate. She reports to this governing body, and we are the authority that determines through policy a safety plan that has not included school resource officers, the ingredient that many members of our community are advocating for. Perhaps it is why you are here tonight. Please recognize, as we do, that Anna Turnell is not the reason we have not deployed SROs to our schools. This has been a board decision. I will tell you that this board gave Superintendent Turnell a positive evaluation status, and we thanked her for her tireless dedication to our school district. She has led with grace, integrity, and strength during tragic events. I could share a long list of accomplishments that Anna conquered this year, but I think it is far more important to use my brief comments to compliment and commend her leadership style. On any given day, any given week, there are many moving parts within our organization that require the superintendent's attention. From grading policies and attendance trends, state budget and district financial challenges, hiring, onboarding, and evaluations, facilities needs, transportation, nutrition services, city and community partnerships, insurance, legislation, cybersecurity, data privacy, the list is daunting. What I marvel at and greatly appreciate is that our superintendent's North Star across all her work is a simple question: what is best for the students? She is guided by students' needs. She wants each and every student to succeed in school and life. As a professional, I respect her strong, stable, and fearless leadership. On a personal note, I am inspired by her unwavering dedication to our children. Thank you, Anna. I will share more during my end of year comments when we proceed with the reorganization item on tonight's agenda. For now, I am reporting out of closed session that the Board of Education gave Superintendent Anna Turnell a positive evaluation and offered her unanimous support and gratitude for her leadership. Given that she has taken many negative comments and actions from our community, our employees, the local media, and social media, I must clarify again that she works at the direction of the board. We are impressed by her tenacity and resilience in the face of painful criticism. She models for all that we are not measured by our challenges, we are measured by how we face them. I predict that in tonight's discussion on safety, which Superintendent Trinnell aggressively advocated to place before the board tonight, we will hear her fierce advocacy for amplified safety measures that reflect the voices urging her and urging us to do more. Thank you. And now we are moving on to item C4 on our agenda. These are items considered in closed session for action in open session. And we are seeking a motion on student expulsion case number 2023-2411.
Move to approve case number 2023-24-11.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Item C5, statements of abstention. Are there any statements of abstention tonight? Seeing none. Item C6, adjustments to the agenda. Board or superintendent, any adjustments? Okay, moving on to item C7, annual organization of the board. In keeping with tradition and past practice, I will share brief comments on the past year as the board prepares to reorganize and elect new officers. And please bear with me, I've written a few things and I may get emotional. I will get emotional again. Tragedy, violence, societal challenges, post-COVID implications for teaching and learning. These are topics that tend to overshadow the exceptional work that is taking place each and every day in our schools. While there is no doubt that we must focus on our challenges, we also must take time to follow the advice that we give to our students. Pause and reflect on your strengths, your accomplishments, and your potential. To this point, I want to share the strengths I see in our district. And one of our great strengths is that we all agree on what's so important, our students. Another one of our strengths is that we have different ideas of what's best for our students. Healthy organizations have different points of view. Healthy organizations don't hide away from different points of view. And healthy organizations make room for different points of view. And that's probably something we're going to see play out in tonight's meeting. It's something I'll continue to be proud of in this district, working together to find a way forward. On a personal note, serving as board president this year has been an honor, a privilege, and a humbling experience. I am grateful for all that I have learned, grateful to my fellow trustees for your support throughout the year. You are a remarkable team of dedicated public servants. And I want to offer profound gratitude to Superintendent Trinnell for your dedication and undeniable spirit of collaboration. I look forward to supporting our next board president and vice president and continuing my work with this board and the community. With that, we will move on to our nominations committee recommendations. And I will hand it over to Trustee Sheffield.
Thank you, President Manieri. The nomination committee recommendations are as follows. Trustee Medina, board president. Trustee Flores, vice president. Trustee McNally, board clerk.
Thank you. And I'll hand it over to Trustee Flores, our clerk of the board currently, to take nominations for president.
Thank you. Thank you for the nominations committee. As clerk of the board, I am responsible to open up the elections for president. Trustee Medina is nominated for president of our school board. Trustee Medina, do you accept this nomination?
I do.
May I have a second on this nomination?
I will second.
It's been seconded and moved. Do I have, is this a roll call vote?
Yes, for more nominations if there are any more.
Are there nominations for anybody else? In none. Roll call vote, please.
Can you tell me who was the originator, who made the motion?
The motion will formally be made by me.
Okay. And the second? Sorry.
I seconded it, but we need to have other than
The committee made the motion to move this for president.
Okay. Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Just real quick, like the committee can't make the motion, so Dr. Sheffield would need a second.
So I will make the motion.
Thank you.
Trustee Sheffield has seconded the motion.
President Manieri,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Congratulations, Trustee Medina. You are now president of the San Jose City School Board.
Thank you.
Yeah, you go. Take the gavel.
We will now move on to the election of the vice president. Oh.
Yay. With great power comes great responsibility. Oh,
Just gonna take a moment to get back onto Zoom here. Okay, we will now move on to the election of the vice president. The nominating committee nominated Director Flores. I'd like to entertain a motion to nominate him. Would anybody enter?
I move to nominate Director Flores.
Second.
second.
Moved by Trustee Manieri and seconded by Trustee De La Cruz. Are there any, do you accept?
I do accept. Thank you.
Are there any other nominations for vice president? See none, we'll move on to the vote.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now we will, ooh. Now we'll move on to the election of a clerk. I believe it was,
I would like to nominate Trustee Roxanne McNally for Board Clerk.
there a second?
Second.
Who seconded?
We all did. I'll take them.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Flores. Is there any other nominations? Seeing none, let's move to the vote.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Flores, Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Motion carries. Congratulations. Now, as is required by our board policy, I'd like to move on to the appointment of the superintendent as the secretary to the board. Is there a motion?
Move to appoint Superintendent Turnell as the Secretary of the Board.
Second.
Any objections? Seeing none, let's go to the vote.
I apologize. Can you repeat the first and second?
It was moved by
Trustee Sheffield.
Trustee Sheffield and seconded by Trustee De La Cruz.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. All right, now we will move on to adoption of the 2024 board meeting calendar. I will pass this on to Superintendent Trinnell to discuss.
Thank you, Board President Medina. It's my pleasure to bring forward a recommendation for a board calendar for the 2024 calendar year. And with that, I hand it back to you.
Is there any questions from the board? None. Is there a motion to adopt it?
I move to approve the calendar.
Second?
Moved by Trustee Flores, seconded by Trustee De La Cruz. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go to the vote.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Now we will move on to the report section of our agenda. And first on the agenda, we have CSEA President Mary Lehman. Is there a report today? Thank you.
One moment.
Microphone working? There we go. Good evening. President Medina, welcome. Governing Board, Superintendent Trinnell, Cabinet members, the community here, and everyone listening tonight. In light of the urgent safety issues our district is facing, I will make this a brief report. We surveyed our members to see if they supported the return of school resource officers, SROs, to our schools. The majority responded in support of their return. As we spend time tonight continuing the conversation about the best combination of tools to keep students, staff, and our neighbors safe, I want to highlight the role and responsibility classified staff play in creating a safe environment at each school. From health techs, attendance techs, instructional assistants, and our custodians, to the student advisors, campus supervisors, family engagement personnel, and restorative specialists. We are on the front lines every day. I hope that as this conversation continues, classified staff will garner the recognition and respect that each staff member deserves. We will continue to be equal partners at the discussion table. As we have shown over the years, tonight we stand ready to do our part along with teachers, administrators, and the community to improve safety at all of our schools. Let's work together to make it happen with courage and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lehman. Now for the Santa Rosa Teachers Association report, SRTA President Catherine Howe.
Yeah. Good evening, President Medina, Superintendent Trinnell, and members of the board. My name is Catherine Howell. I'm the president of Santa Rosa Teachers Association. I represent about 900 people that work for Santa Rosa City Schools, the ones that are inside and the ones that are outside also. There's a whole group of people out there. And I just had to beg my way into the building. So a few weeks ago, SRTA came to this meeting with just as many people, maybe more. And to celebrate the beginning of our negotiations and our new contract negotiations, we were proudly wearing our union colors of blue and gold. And former President Lyon told you that we were wearing blue and gold because we were, getting along. And that if we ever showed up in red, that would mean that we were angry. We got to read a lot faster than I thought we would. And here we are tonight. Because we're angry. And we're mostly angry that it's been 9 months. And since 9 months since the tragic events at Montgomery High School, and pretty much nothing has changed. Our teachers aren't safer. Our students aren't safer. We have created openings for campus supervisors and restorative specialists and other support staff, but those positions don't have actual people in them. We're angry that we've asked this board for help over and over and over and over again over the last 9 months, and nothing's different. We're angry because we know that once we get to item F3 on tonight's agenda, we're gonna hear once again the long list of things that have been done to solve our problems, but things aren't solved and things aren't better. We're angry because we joined all those committees and we gave even more of our time to our students because our students deserve the best. And we're willing to put that time in. But if our committees don't accomplish anything, what are we doing? We have the same arguments over and over again, and then nothing changes. We're angry because somehow teachers end up taking the blame. We need to be patient. We need to let the system work. We need to build connections with our students and make our classes more engaging and spend more time with every student, and somehow always do more and be more, and never let our stress or our trauma or our exhaustion be seen. We can't do that anymore. We show up every day hoping to teach our students and make a difference in their lives, and we shouldn't have to wonder if they're safe or if we're safe or what's going to interrupt our teaching day today. We are angry and we have taken to the streets. We've gotten people on the street corners of Santa Rosa every day this week, every day since last Friday, when, thank you, Slater teachers, for leading the way. And we have a lot of things that we want to see changed. We do. SRTA does want to see SROs back on our school campuses. We do want that, but it can't end there and it can't be the be all end all. It's part of the system of fix. We need a holistic approach. We need to get our students what they need. And we're afraid that all of the other services we want our students to have are getting lost in the noise. We need to raise the wages of our campus supervisors and our support staff so they can actually be hired. We can get the people we need at our schools. We need our administrators at our schools, not at day-long meetings at the district office, not being pulled away. Because teachers need their administrators to be at work doing their job, not someone else's job, but their own administrative job. We need more school counselors, we need school-based therapists, and we need staffed wellness centers at every school. We need alternative education programs that will give students options. We can do an online academy. We know other districts have done it. We can expand our ISP program. We can create therapeutic behavior programs. And we need locations that are dedicated to students who need intervention to get them back on track. We need alternative programs to get students to get the classes they need, to be engaged, to get them the skills they need for their life and their career, including CTE. We need them to be on track for graduation, and we need to make sure that every single student has the alternative pathway they need to be successful in their own lives. I've been in this district for 23 years. It's not as long as some people in the room and a heck of a lot longer than a lot of people in this room. And in those years, I have watched this district implement programs and new assessments and shiny new curriculums, and it happens all the time. But yet here we are with no new decisions and no new implementations, and we need some right now. We need swift decisions and we need implementation plans that are going to work, because the stakes right now are not test scores, they're not grades, they're students' lives. I am quite sure that the students and the parents and the teachers that you hear speak tonight are going to be more eloquent than I am about what they need. So I'm just going to stop and close by saying this isn't just a hypothetical exercise. We are all here because this is real. This is real students and real situations and real trauma. And we need your real help to solve these problems, to come up with real solutions. And we need them now. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howe. We will now move on. We will now move on to item D3, the superintendent report.
Thank you, President Medina, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. I'll keep some comments right now brief. I have more to share later on our F3 item. I just want to express what an honor it is to serve as the superintendent of Santa Rosa City Schools. I will continue to work hard for this board and our community with relentless energy and a determination to support all of our students, staff, and families. I am very proud to be serving you. Thank you to our dedicated staff for working tirelessly every day to ensure our students have what they need to succeed. Thank you to our parents for being our partners and working together to support your child, our student, to be successful. And thank you to our community partners for working alongside us to serve our school communities. I was asked recently in an interview what I want to see for our students. And my answer was very basic. I want students to live. And I want students to thrive. So I look forward to all of the work ahead to ensure that. Thank you.
Thank you, President Turnell. Now we'll move on to item D4, the board president report. Now me. First, I'd just like to take this moment to say thank you for allowing me the honor of serving in this position. And in that context, remembering LC Allen High School's very first principal, Principal Carnell Edwards, who has passed, but is a tall, jolly black man. I always had a good energy, and he always would call me Mr. President. He believed in me. He called me that not only because I was the president of the school, but he said one day I'd be the US president, which I don't ever want to be. But, you know, Mr. LaFrance is here. He knew Mr. Edwards. Tyler, you also were a student at the time there. But it was a positive influence in my life, always helped guide me in the right direction. Strong, positive role models is something all our youth need. And I just wanted to remember him, predecessor to Mr. Albavera, who's also here, the current principal at LC Allen. But I'm also honored to take on this position following another Lobo, President Manieri. Never imagined a day where two Lobos would succeed into this position. With that said, I also wanted to take a moment to mention last Thursday, I got to interact and speak with many students at Montgomery High School. Many of you are here. It's great seeing you. We had a great conversation. Tense, tough, but honest. And so I appreciate all the work that you're doing. I appreciate seeing you here. I admire your advocacy and your strong work. I think this is education in process as well. So thank you for all you do, even if we may not agree on everything. So with that said, we'll move on to board member reports. Any board members reports? Trustee Manieri?
Thank you. Just really quickly, I want to report that I was able to attend the LCLN High School Winter Concert last week, and it was really beautiful to see the new mariachi and the new ballet folklorico groups do their thing. And I look forward to hopefully going to tomorrow's concert at Cesar Chavez Language Academy.
Trustee De La Torre?
I'd just like to take this moment to address all the learning that I've been able to participate in since the last meeting. As the Board of Education, we participated in the CSBA annual education conference in San Francisco, where we were supported by thousands of educators, board members, superintendents, to discuss common goals, common inefficiencies, and what everybody's doing about them. And locally, for me to have the opportunity to last week meet with the Rincon Valley Middle School's campus and teachers and hear what's on their hearts. I also got to visit Monroe Elementary and take a walk and meet some students and faculty. Spent some time with the Slater teachers this week and spent some time at Montgomery and Korea, and to speak with the practitioners, to speak with the teachers, to speak with the students, to hear what's on your minds and what's on your hearts is imperative for us to do the work that we need to do to support you. So thank you for sharing your space with me. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with me. And I look forward to these continued discussions with you all in the room tonight.
Thank you, Trustee De La Torre. Really quickly before I ask for other reports, I'm being told there's a couple moms with little children outside in the cold. So if anybody'd like maybe want to volunteer their space or seat, if you could let somebody up there now so that they aren't forced to leave. Thank you. Trustee McNally?
So briefly, I just want to report that last week I was able to attend my first meeting of the District English Learner Advisory Committee in my new role as the board liaison to that committee. So I was able to hear some of the school site reports on what they're doing for English learners. I'm really looking forward to continue attending those meetings and learning more. I also was able to attend CSBA, the conference with the rest of the board. I attended a lot of sessions. Some that stood out to me were on safety and also on community engagement and communication. So I'm hoping to bring what I learned at the conference into our meeting tonight and into our work going forward.
Any other board members? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to the safety report, item D6.
Thank you, President Medina. I will share some brief information, again, reserving more comments for the later item. But I would like to provide an update from our Safety Advisory Roundtable meeting, which took place on Monday, December 11th. We heard a presentation of information from our Montgomery High School students, who you will hear from tonight. We reviewed feedback from parents from the Superintendent's Advisory Network regarding what more we should be considering for our Safety Advisory Roundtable strategic plan. And we heard information about our current discipline data compared to last year. And I would like to share those numbers. So as of the first 75 days of school, comparatively between last year and this year, in the fall of 2022, overall, we had 1,065 discipline incidents and 898 suspensions, again, within the first 75 days of school. For this school year, 2023, our overall discipline incidents have been 855, and we've had 653 suspensions. So that's about a 20% decrease in the number of incidents that we are seeing. That does not minimize, I will say, the recent incidents that we've been experiencing and the feeling that we have about that. It's just data that I'd like to share. And then I'd like to provide an update regarding the support positions that were connected to the Safety Advisory Roundtable strategic plan, namely campus supervisors, family engagement facilitators, restorative specialists, and school-based therapists. So as of today, We have 27 campus supervisor positions. The last time I gave this report, we had 10 vacancies. Unfortunately, between these 2 months, we've only been able to fill one. So we still have 9 vacancies remaining for our campus supervisor positions. For our family engagement facilitators, the last time I reported, we had 6 vacancies. Now we have 3. And for our restorative specialist position, last time I reported, we had 8 vacancies. Now we have 2. And we are standing true to our numbers for school-based therapists at 24.75 of them to serve our schools. And that concludes my safety report for now.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell. Do we have a CSBA report?
It'll be short because I'm eager to hear what our community has to say tonight. Briefly, just following up with what Trustee or Clerk McNally mentioned, we did attend the CSBA conference a couple of weeks ago in San Francisco. And we actually led a workshop on how to pass bond measures amidst economic uncertainty. And it was pretty well attended. I had a whole report written out for this, but I am looking forward to hear you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. We will now move on to comments on non-agenda items. Oh, thank you. So really quickly, I am seeing a lot of cards for later. We have this space for a limited time. Given that, I'm going to limit all comments to 1 minute, just so we could get through all these people, or I could limit the amount of time that we speak. So I think if we limit it to 1 minute, we'll be able to get a lot more speakers. So we'll start. So let's start with, for non-agenda items. We'll have Melissa Willoughby first, followed by Donna Gibson and Kristen Reed. Melissa Willoughby, please step up to the microphone. Or Donna Gibson or Kristen Reed. Okay.
Greetings, directors of the board, Superintendent Trinnell, and community at large. My name is Melissa Willoughby. I am a 2015 certificated retiree after 29 years with SRCS. Tonight, I'm representing the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Birthday Celebration Committee, our annual January event. And most importantly, student participation preceding, during, and following the event. Our 44th year Martin Luther King celebration will take place on Sunday, January 14th, 6:30 p.m. at Montgomery High School. Also available on Zoom and Facebook. Our committee was formed so long ago by active, esteemed community members, Reverend James Coffey.
Your time is up, Ms. Reed.
Carol Ellis.
Ms. Willoughby.
And others.
Thank you. We'll move on to Kristen Reed next, followed by Donna Gibson, then Madonna Feather Cruz. Do we have Kristen Reed?
Okay. Hi, Kristen Reed, Montgomery High School. In these 9 months, there have been speeches at board meetings, listening sessions at school sites, committees formed, and on, during which our staff, our community members, and especially our students have expressed their concerns, their fears, and their entirely justified expectation that you would enact policy that would affect meaningful change in order to improve their schools. Our students are confused, frustrated, worried, and 1,000 other things. They want reassurance. They want to know the adults are taking them seriously. And from the last couple meetings, it doesn't seem like that's the case. Our students The world of school is vastly different for them than it was for us, and what they have to say about weapons on campus, violence on campus, a death on campus should be treated with the respect it deserves. You've invited them here to speak tonight, share what they have to say about their experiences when it comes to campus safety, and I certainly hope that that invitation brings with it a promise of your own open-mindedness, because if you invited them here to speak and aren't even willing to listen in a meaningful way with respect and consideration for what they share, then what a disingenuous offer. What a
Thank you.
cynical
Your time is
mockery of
up.
this is a public forum to give them this platform.
Thank you. I'd like to remind folks that we're speaking on non-agendized items. If you're speaking on safety and you're listed here as a non-agenda item, please let us know. We'll move you to the safety item. Next, we have Donna Gibson, followed by Madonna Feather Cruz, then Maria Posey.
Hi, my name is Donna Gibson, and I'm reading a letter for a colleague of mine who is not able to be here today because he's working his second job as a bartender at night, which he does for 8 hours at night, 5 days a week. It's his second year as a teacher at SRCS, and he's now enrolled in the teacher credentialing program. As of October, his loans are due that he got for going to school, and as a second-year teacher, in order to make ends meet, this person has to obtain a second job as a bartender. On average, a one-bedroom apartment in Sonoma County costs $2,300 a month. Having to obtain a second job has taken a toll on his teaching side of things. Having to work another 8 hours of teaching has proven to be exhausting, often not getting released from being a bartender until past midnight, ultimately losing sleep, less classroom personal prep time, and less motivation to return to work.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Madonna Feather Cruz, followed by Maria Posey, then Adina Flores.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Madonna Feather Cruz. I'm the president for Indian Education, Santa Rosa City School District for many years. Since I'm only cut down to 1 minute, hello, everybody. One thing I love about our city is we show up for each other, whether it's good or bad. I want to just let you all know that I've used over 100 of my vacation hours in the last year to volunteer. On one of those days, I posted on my Facebook April 19th as I volunteered at JEH Cloverdale Big Picture School. What one of the kids said to me, he said, they loved coming to school. They loved to support each other without harm. They loved the adults that treated them like a person. They loved being interns. What they loved most of all was their Friday family lunch that each student had to create and cook. I want to thank Roderick and Superintendent Chanel for having a lunch with me one time.
Thank you, Ms. Feather Cruz. Your time is up.
Sorry, one more second. We talked about big picture schools here in Sonoma County. So if you guys want to do that, you can email Lauren.
We have Maria Posey, Adina Flores, and Deanna Olivares. So again, Maria Posey's next, followed by Adina Flores, then Deanna Olivares.
Madonna, just so you know, I've been pushing for big pictures, for a while. Okay, so I've been pushing for big picture for a while. Yes, thank you. I know, thank you.
I don't see Maria Posey. Is Ms. Adina Flores here? No? We'll circle back. Is Deanna Olivares?
Adina Flores is coming in. She had to move her car. So she will be here and she should be heard. It's really nice to actually see people that are showing up here today. It's been long overdue. The parents that are still sending their kids to school need to get them out because the people sitting up there, they don't care. They do not care. Omar sitting up there, put a call out through his North Bay, whatever group. That's how come you have people out there chanting that they want to come in and they don't want police. So you need to do something and you need to do something big because these people are not going to help you. They haven't helped you in a long time. And then you want to hear the mom mentality out there? Those kids out there chanting for the teachers to leave and come in just shows you that those kids have no respect for teachers right now. Do I normally defend teachers? Absolutely not. I'm still mad about the COVID thing. But those kids don't have respect. They don't do what they're supposed to be doing. We have Miss Trinnell up there telling us that they can't expel kids because, oh, well, kids can only be expelled for a year and then we get them back. Guess what? That goes on to parents. You are not their home. They're not home here. We don't.
Thank you, Ms. Olivares. Your time is up. Is Ms. Adina Flores present yet? Oh, I said your time is up. It's 1 minute. Thank you. Is Adina Flores here? Maria Posey here? I mean, Deanna Olivares here? Sorry. There we go.
President Medina, Ms. Trinnell on board. The last time I saw this loud group of people, members, community members of nonprofits, the last time they've been at a board meeting out here was 3 years ago before this board. The meeting before this board took SROs off the campuses, and that's why they're here again. Let this board know that you will not be intimidated by those people outside. They do not represent staff, teachers, SRTA, classified staff, parents, community members. They do not care about our children's safety. They care about their personal agenda. And many board members here have ties to the nonprofits. Many of the nonprofits here are on our school campuses, and their social medias constantly reflect school to prison pipelines, no SROs. So we need to remind our board and our school administrators that they also should not be on our campuses. Our kids deserve to be safe.
Thank you. Is Miss Adina Flores here? If not, we are going to move on. Okay, that was the last speaker that I had under non-agenda items. So we will now move on to item F1, our action items. Item F1 is a public hearing regarding district SRTA contract reopeners. Do I open this? Let me see. Okay, so the board will conduct a legally required public hearing on the proposed Santa Rosa City School District Sunshine Proposal with Santa Rosa Teachers Association for contract reopeners for the 2024-2027 year. Presenting this action item are Superintendent Trinnell and Dr. Vicky Zans.
Thank you, President Medina, Superintendent Trinnell, and the board. I will be reserving my comments until after the public hearing.
So I'm now opening this public hearing. I have one speaker card. Margaret Boone. Okay, we'll now close the public hearing. And we'll move on to the item for action.
I move to approve the proposed district SRTA contract reopeners for 2024-2027.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Manieri, seconded by Trustee Flores. Is there any discussion, questions, board?
President Medina, if I may just for folks to know, because we're not really explaining what a sunshining is, I want to make sure that the community understands that a sunshining is the beginning of a negotiations process. Specifically, sunshine is when the teams identify their areas of interest for negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Manieri. Any other board member questions? Seeing none, let's go to the vote.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. So now we will move on to Item F3, school safety measures. The board will discuss school safety efforts the district has taken and consider additional measures that add to the safety and security of schools. Presenting this item are Superintendent Trinnell, Safety Advisory Roundtable Committee reps.
Sorry,
Sorry.
I'm getting a notification from the community that translation is not happening in the correct channel.
Thank you. Director De La Cruz, we're looking into it.
Thank you.
Our district translator is checking on it right now.
Thank you, and I'll let Superintendent Trinnell introduce everyone else.
Thank you, President Medina. Here we are. I want to start by thanking everyone for being here tonight, either in person or online. We've been hearing from many in our community, and while we will continue to listen, it is also important to demonstrate the actions that we have taken and potentially will take towards safer schools. School and violence should not be in the same sentence or context ever. The goal of this discussion tonight is to identify additional strategies and safety measures that potentially include city and county partners. The order of this discussion will begin with some comments from me, followed by the following speakers. Comments from past President Stephanie Manieri. After Trustee Manieri, Steve Mazzara, the Executive Director of Student Services, who will provide information and an overview of the ad hoc committee recommendations from 2020. Following Steve will be a group of Montgomery High School students led by SART student rep Addison. We will then hear from our DLAC leadership and parent rep, President Juarez. Followed will be a representative of the SART committee and Executive Director of Wellness and Engagement, Stacy Desideri, and Eric Lofty, Director of Mental Health and Community Schools Development, to share information about some of our current work. We will then hear from leadership from the Sonoma County Office of Education, Dr. Amy Carter, the Sonoma County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Louis Gansler, Assistant Superintendent of School Culture and Partnerships, and Tyson Dickinson, Director of Behavioral Health and Wellbeing. And I will begin my comments. Our community continues to experience exceptional trauma, which includes violent behavior by and toward our youth. This is compounded by the heightened attention of these matters, raising anxiety, fear, frustration, anger, and relived sadness. Our hardworking staff has had to, time and time again, rise above all of this and continue to serve and support students every day. Our youth see adults in conflict with each other, and they don't know what to do. We must work together for our youth so they see and feel the support of the adults around them, leading to feelings of belonging and safety. I received a letter from City Manager Marikesha Smith last Thursday, outlining her concerns about school safety and ideas about potential strategies. These include implement violence prevention programs, increase access to mental health resources, foster community partnership programs, bolster parent and family engagement, and enhance security infrastructure. What I can tell you is that each of these key elements are areas that we have been building on already in our schools. Some examples include reinforcement of our disciplinary actions, integration of restorative practices, increased mental health services and support, increased partnerships with community organizations such as Community Matters with Safe School Ambassadors and the In Response team through the city, increased support from the Sonoma County Office of Education, which you will hear more about tonight, increased family engagement facilitators and volunteers on our campuses. Thank you, volunteers. Increased campus supervision, safety teams at every school and at the district level, and increased communications about incidents. This is not an exhaustive list. There is absolutely more. We are doing all of these things and we can do more. As you know, out of an abundance of caution, due to the increased incidence of violence at our schools, I requested the temporary support of officers at our high schools and middle schools for these 2 weeks before winter break. I requested the temporary support of officers at our schools, and I want to thank City Manager Smith for working with me on this effort. I took action due to recent events, and I realize that this is not welcomed by some in our community. I cannot say that this should be a permanent solution, and this is why this item tonight is agendized for further discussion. I will now hand the discussion over to Past President Manieri.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell. So as Superintendent Trinnell mentioned, you'll be hearing from a lot of different folks before we get to discussion about this item. And I would like to start by actually talking about SROs and its history in our district, just so we all understand what that's looked like. And Superintendent, is there a slide that can be pulled up? Thank you, Mr. Mazzara.
Thank you. Thank you, former President Manieri. Congratulations, President Medina. Share screen, give me a moment.
I'll begin as Mr. Mazzara pulls up that slide. So the SRO program in Santa Rosa City Schools began in the late 1990s. At that time, the school district paid for a very small part of it, to about $250,000 out of close to $1 million. In the 2010-2011 school year, the school district could no longer pay the $250,000 it was paying annually. And it was at that point that the city of Santa Rosa took on the full cost of the program through the city's Measure O, a measure passed in 2004 dedicated to providing funding for public safety and for violence prevention programs in Santa Rosa. And this measure funded the SRO program in its entirety. The program under Measure O funding included 5 SROs assigned to sites based on the high schools and their respective feeder pattern middle schools. The final approved contract for SROs was approved on October 10th, 2018, for the 2018-2019 academic year, and it expired on June 30th, 2019. When the 2019-2020 year began, the program was operating without a contract. In March 2020, we went into the COVID-19 quarantine era, and as we know, there were no students on campus. This was an opportunity to revisit this contract. In 2020, the board voted to put a pause on the program and establish an ad hoc committee to review the partnership and bring recommendations to the board for consideration in August 2020. The ad hoc committee requested an additional 2 months, so recommendations were brought forth in October 2020. And this was listed on our agenda as a discussion item. During October 2020, the ad hoc committee presented their findings to the board, and I believe that presentation or parts of it will be shared again today in a little bit. And given the significance of the conversation, a motion was made to continue the discussion. In November 2020, the board continued the discussion and ultimately expressed interest in exploring and negotiating the terms of the agreement for SROs and gave direction to the superintendent to communicate this desire to our city partners. At the request of the city, a subsequent letter was sent to the city manager stating, and I quote, "During our board meetings, the trustees were in agreement that a partnership with SR City and SRPD would be desirable to create a model for safety for students and youth. Some board members posed questions more appropriate for leadership of the department and its policymakers. We look forward to raising those questions to your leadership." After this letter, there were transitions in leadership, both at the city and the district, and the conversation came to a halt. In November 2022, the city passed Measure H, which renewed Measure O, the funding that previously funded the SRO program, but this measure did not include funding for SROs. In September 2023, the board took the initiative to establish the joint City of Santa Rosa and Santa Rosa City Schools Ad Hoc Committee to reestablish communications and talk about school safety. And that brings us to today. And I will hand this back over to Superintendent Trinnell.
Thank you, trustee Manieri. I will now pass it over to Mr. Mazzara.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell. This is just a brief summary of the presentations that had already come to the board. And that was mentioned, the days that you mentioned, trustee Manieri, of September, October, and then November. I'm just literally cutting and pasting from previous recommendations and summaries from those. I just briefly want to thank, I see some in the audience. Thank you for the ad hoc committee members that were here today, put the time in. Started off, we had 4 groups of people that were on that committee. We had school resource officers that were on that committee. They are listed here. There was not a presentation by the resource officers on the recommendations, I think due to the conflict of interest. And so then what we did is we identified, we had 9 parents and community members that were on the committee. They are listed here. They presented slides to our meetings. Here's a brief summary of the kind of positions and things they did in the community. Each group was given a template of what they thought about the program. They were given these 3 options. Should we continue the SRO program as it is? Yes, but with modifications. And then no, discontinue the SRO program. These are the votes of the parent side of the committee. And then they were asked about what would you like to do if we were going to consider keeping the program with modifications. And so I'll read some of the modifications that they listed. Clearly define the MOU with parent input and a 6-month review process, a handbook and training on how to utilize the SRO, a grievance process for administrators and SRO through an outside agency, track data, reevaluate and identify successes and needed changes. Selection process for SROs involves students and parents, designated board or a commission to review, a place where parents and students can share incidents otherwise not reported to an outside officer should an arresting officer be needed for continued trust. Students on probation should not feel intimidated that they would be used against them. Administrators would need more training on interacting with students who are already in the justice system, trying to understand the power the administrator hold and the potential for harm if used in the wrong way. All this incidents should be documented and defined, and then classes for students about utilization of SRO and students' rights clearly identified. So similarly, thank you. Similarly, part of the community is made up of school administrators. These are the school administrators listed and participated with us. Their vote to modify the program is identified. Their modifications or recommendations for modifications are a clearly defined MOU with stakeholder input, a regular review process, cyclical SRO report to support the program of evaluation for the purposes of identifying successes and needed changes, handbook and training for administrators on disciplinary best practices, including the use of SROs. Selection process for SROs should involve the school administrators, parents, and students if possible. SROs should reflect the diverse community, should reflect diversity of the school community, excuse me. SRO citations, presentations, significant school-based activity should be clearly documented and data tracking purposes. Students' rights should be clearly identified through a yearly student/guardian/SRO meetings and a town hall prior to returning to school for physical attendance. There must be an intentional forum created for dialogue and to bring people together with the goal of a restorative reintegration for our learning community. Please recall, at this time, we were not in school yet, and we were discussing the return to students and bringing students back to full-time in-person attendance. Staff members, there were 3 CSEA members and 3 SRTA members. They are listed here. Their vote for the program is identified on this slide. And their suggestions for modifications: clearly defined MOU with a 6-month review process, designated oversight committee of stakeholders to regularly review the SRO program, track data, reevaluate and identify successes and needed changes to ensure trust and transparency of the SRO program, a selection process for SROs involving administrators, staff, and students. We would like SROs to do more educational outreach and presentations to students and parents, beginning at the elementary level. And lastly here, clear information for students, parents, and staff around the utilization of SROs. Our student representatives on the committee are listed. When we came time for our presentation, there were 2 of those students that were present. Their votes are identified here. Their continuation comments are around a clearly defined MOU with parent input, 6-month review process, handbook and training on how to utilize the SRO for faculty, grievance procedures for admin and SROs through an outside entity, track data, reevaluate and identify successes and needed changes. Selection process for the SROs involves students and parents. Survey for students and teachers, administrators of the SRO program. A designated board or commission to review. Creating a safe, positive relationship between students and SROs. Students on probation should not be feel intimidated that it will be used against them. Administrators need more training on interacting with students already in the system. All incidents of note should be clearly documented and defined, letting parents and students, staff know the true role of the SRO and use the SROs by staff. Student rights clearly identified and made known each semester. The SRO program should be evaluated within a year of its implemented changes, as it was now, and diversity in the SRO and the bilingual SRO. Those were, in essence, the summaries that were presented to the board at those meetings already identified. Thank you, Ad hoc Committee, and thank you, Board.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzara. I will now invite the Montgomery High School presenting team to come forward.
Is it on? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Addison Klosevitz. I'm a senior at Montgomery High School. I'm a student representative on the Safety Advisory Roundtable. We are all Montgomery High School students and are here today to present both qualitative and quantitative data to the school board. This group was formed in preparation for a discussion we had with President Omar Medina last Thursday. Since then, we have all been working together, creating the solutions we will be presenting today. All of us have gone through a journey of opinions in the past few months and encourage everyone in this room to join us as we approach tonight with an open mind and heart. I would first like to hand it over to Zoe and Lulia, who will be presenting you with our first piece of data. Sorry, 1 second, everyone.
Hello, my name is Zoe Cook, and I'm a culture director at Montgomery High School. And I'm Lilian Baye. I'm the other culture director at Montgomery High School. Throughout this semester, we have heard many students talk about SROs through our Senate, and so that's how we've kind of came to compile this data. Before I show the data, I would like to preface that Montgomery has had the unique position of having an SRO on our campus last year. And so some of these opinions and ideas reflect that and the fact that they have experienced what an SRO truly is like. I would also like to preface that we added a race component halfway through our data collecting process. So only half or 300 of the votes have a race component in it as well. So first question we asked our students was, would you be fine with any school resource officer, SRO, on campus? We had 89.2% yes and 10.8% no, with 575 responses. Then we asked, do you want Officer Luigi back on campus? The difference between these two questions is that Officer Luigi is someone that we knew, students know and have a connection with. He was bilingual and he also had extra training and therapy. And so we had 32% yes and 92% yes and 8% no, with 566 responses. So our third question was to collect the racial demographics of the people who took the survey. As Zoe said before, we didn't add this question in until after we sent out the survey. So only about half of the people who took the survey answered the question. So the question was to select your race, and the demographics that we got were 36.5% Latino, 40.3% white, 10.3% Asian, 6.9% African American, and 9.7% other, which includes people who are multi-ethnic or Pacific Islander, et cetera. And in contrast, the actual racial demographic of our school are 54.9% Latino, 29.6% white, 9.6% other, 3% African American, and 2.9% Asian. So at the end of our survey, we also added an optional comment section so that people had the option to say something extra if they wanted to. So these are some of the comments. I'm going to read them now. They made school campuses feel safer by having someone who is trusted on campus to make, what does that say? To make quick decisions and act correctly in a time of need. SROs like Luigi are great for the school and the kids here. I haven't talked to anyone that didn't like Luigi. He was there for the school, but he was also always here for the students, and he would talk to us and treat us like adults and not high schoolers. If cops show up on campus weekly anyways, why not have them on campus? It was an extremely unsafe decision for the school board to take away Officer Luigi from Montgomery because our school is in the same state as it was on March 1st. We have not changed our school atmosphere, even though someone died in these conditions. If someone was murdered at our campus, shouldn't we do something about it to ensure that every child can come home alive? They made me feel safe, and Luigi was dope AF, which really spoke to me. And that was all our data. Thank you.
Okay, so now we just have a few students from this group who are going to be speaking on their own experience and some more personal stuff.
Hello, I'm Isabella Clark, and in meeting with Omar Medina, he had told us that emotions, or what we feel about SROs, are irrelevant in the push to implement them and school safety. He had said that the data is what matters most. When Jada Pienta died, I didn't leave my house for days. From kindergarten up until then, I had known him and grown up with him. My heart broke for his family, friends, and our community. 2 months ago, Emma Walker died in a car accident. She as well, I had grown up with and known kindergarten until then. I felt heartbreak again. 2 lives taken too young, 2 lives that touched mine so closely, 2 lives that went to play dates with me, who I hugged, who I learned with, who I love. I was thinking about this a few nights ago and I realized I'm 18. I'm a senior. I should be worrying about prom, about boys, and studying for my next calculus test, not about what I should wear to my friend's memorial. I shouldn't be worried about if I knew anyone and the car crashed down the road. I shouldn't worry about if today is another life lost, especially not if today is my life lost, and especially not if my school is where it will be lost or where I will lose another friend. I can't control the ambiguity of life and death in the outside world. I couldn't save Emma, but it sure can be controlled in school. If an SRO can lessen the stress of that ambiguity of those what ifs, then maybe I could study for my next calculus test. If that isn't the data the board wants, if the numerical data we presented isn't enough, then I don't know what is. This is a call for help. We need you to listen and answer. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Fernanda Romo. I'm a senior and I'm president of a meaningful club named Mitcha. I have the honor to be part of this amazing group with people that I have admired since the first day I heard them talk about their security. If you'd have asked me my opinion of having an SRO on campus about 9 months ago, I would have not even taken that question seriously. I thought I strongly thought against them. Back then, I thought this shouldn't be a prison. Why we need an officer on campus? Now, a lot has changed. Since then, the tragedies that we all know about and the dangerous situations that keep happening. Being on lockdown for hours made me realize how normalized violence in school has become and how, just like any other student, I wish this to be over. I wish my friends and my classmates to not live with the fear every day in their classmate. To not have the fear of going to the bathroom in case a lockdown happens, to constantly be thinking like, where can I hide if a violent fight happens? I don't know. I, I don't want to have to be in high alert the whole time I'm at school. I want to feel and really be protected as a minor should be. I want to be safe as a school should be.
Hi, my name is Donovan Patterson and I am a senior. I have a brother and friends who are like brothers to me. As my brothers come up in the same system as me, I want them to be the safest and have the best experience they can have in high school. I want future generations to be able to attend this school and other schools without being in fear of their lives or each other's lives. You continue to make plans for the future, long-term solutions that are going to take time. Well, maybe it is too late for some. We continue to protect what you have control of in this community, which is the safety of students while they are in your schools. While we are asking for SROs, we are also asking for more campus supervisors and counselors. Supervisor at my school named Devon has been a mentor on and off the field. He has continued to inspire me to make a positive change at school and in the community. I want my brother and the future generations to be brought up in a school that values connections and safety. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Valeria Reyes Oseguera, and I'm a senior. I'm here to speak about my personal experience with SROs and how my perspective was changed. When Officer Luigi stepped foot on campus, I was hesitant. I questioned the necessity of having police officers in our schools. Many concerns were going through my head about how his presence might affect our school's learning environment and whether it contributed to a sense of fear or a sense of unease among students. As time passed by, my perspective on Officer Luigi completely changed. My realization helped me understand that the role of officers goes far beyond enforcing rules, but also gives us a sense of peace. Having Officer Luigi on campus has helped me see how important relationships between law enforcement and students are. Our school is not just a place of learning about our subjects, but it is a place where students learn to build relationships with others. We must create an environment where we feel protected and free to focus on our education rather than worrying about going on another lockdown in which one of my friends or classmates is involved in another act of violence. Having officers who are approachable figures is important. And with modifications to the program, I think we could find a way to have officers on campus that will be compassionate, friendly, and good with teenagers, just like Luigi has been for us. They are a reminder that our safety is a priority and that we have a community that genuinely cares about us. Let's find a way to build an environment where students feel safe, heard, and valued, because the conditions that I am learning under should not be normal. And by doing nothing, you are allowing this to continue. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Khalil Hubbard and I'm a senior. I'm here to talk about how building good relationships with the police, SROs, is crucial for a safe and thriving school community. A good officer can change someone's life by providing support, guidance, and even helping them turn their lives around. It's important for our school board to know their power in making change in our community as a whole within our school district. They can put in new rules and programs that can improve mine and my friends' educational experience, including our safety. We can't wait for a perfect solution. We have to take action and make the progress progress towards positive change is fast. My teachers have had a huge impact on my life, and I know how important it is for them to be supported by our school board to ensure their safety and create an environment that encourages good teaching. By listening to our teachers and valuing their opinions, you are allowing them to focus on teaching us and caring for us instead of breaking up fights. Thank you.
So this is a list of solutions that we propose, all of which we believe should be implemented. Further expansion and implementation of our restorative justice programs, SROs on campus with an updated MOU and changes to the SRO program with specific outlines of officers' required training and responsibilities. Students should be involved in making these changes, as we are the ones who are going to be affected by them. Increased access to mental health services, transparency during incidents, and transparency in the board's actions moving forward.
This is our data, and this is also our daily life. We hear you saying you value our opinions, so here we are, presenting to you our real life experiences and our raw emotions, along with our data. Please show us through your actions that you, the board, are listening to us, not just hearing us. It has been 9 months with minimal action. Only considering the numbers is completely invalidating of the trauma that we as a school community experienced last year, a trauma that is nearly impossible to understand unless you have lived it.
Student security needs to be just as much of a priority as our physical safety. Students need to feel safe in order to feel comfortable at school, and immediate action needs to be taken in order for this to happen. We understand that there are still 10% of students who don't feel secure with an SRO on campus, and they shouldn't be ignored. They won't be ignored. But we also can't just ignore the 90% who felt safer with an SRO on campus either. There needs to be some sort of compromise so that all students can feel more secure at school, but it's going to take time to come up with a solution that will make a real change that works for everyone. But we need to do something until we find that compromise, because any action is better than no action at all. We believe that SROs can be that solution because we saw the difference that Luigi made on our campus. Having an SRO on campus is probably not the only solution that will make immediate change, but it's the solution that we've seen make a difference and that we know will make a difference in the future. Thank you.
And if you don't agree with this, then we expect you to create solutions. And if you don't want to create solutions, we will elect people who will. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to our Montgomery students. Thank you for your courage and for the information that you've shared. And I will take this opportunity to say that this isn't the only time that we will be welcoming students to share their perspectives. I believe this is the beginning, and we welcome all perspectives to this conversation. And I look forward to those opportunities and encourage students to reach out as we reach out to you. I'm going to now invite Mr. Juarez to the table, who is our DLAC president, followed by with support from our Director of Multilingual Services, Hervijas Llamas.
Buenas noches, nuevo presidente de la mesa directiva, señor Omar Medina, miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente Trunel, padre de familia, estudiantes, comunidad. Mi nombre es Adrián Juárez, es presidente del comité de DILAC. Tengo un hijo en Montgomery estudiando, una hija en Slater. Desafortunadamente han ocurrido muchos sucesos, lamentablemente en estas dos escuelas y en más escuelas, ¿verdad?
Good evening, new Board President Medina, Superintendent Janelle, board members. This is Mr. Adrian Juarez. He is the president for the District English Language Advisory Committee. He is a parent of a student at Montgomery High School, a parent with a student at Slater Middle School. And he is just saying that there have been a number of incidents, very hard incidents that have been happening in our district recently.
Quisiera mencionar, anteriormente tuvimos una presentación, comité de ILAC, se proporcionó una lista de comentarios, sugerencias, puntos de vista en cuanto ocurrió el incidente en la escuela Montgomery. Creo yo que fueron tomados en cuenta.
He wants to mention that in the past presentation that the DLAC committee gave to the board, there was a list that was presented to the board with regards to recommendations, and that was slightly after the incident that took place earlier last school year.
Pienso que se han tomado en cuenta y se ha tomado en el comité de seguridad que se formó a raíz del incidente, pero tengo una lista para recalcar o subrayar lo mismo, tal vez, que en esta noche se los voy a presentar.
He believes some of those recommendations were taken into consideration. There was a formation of the SARC committee, and he says he has a list today where he would like to highlight some of those recommendations that were provided before.
Estos comentarios o sugerencias vienen de padres de familia, del comité, y los voy a mencionar ahorita.
These recommendations and comments come from representatives from the DLAC committee, from parents in our community, and he will read them.
Podemos comenzar con más consejería para los estudiantes. Hay muy pocos consejeros para la cantidad de estudiantes y si fuera posible, bilingües también.
To begin, they asked for more counseling for students. There are very few counselors for the number of students at the school sites, and if at all possible, bilingual counselors.
Terapia y apoyo de salud mental para estudiantes que se identifiquen que se está teniendo problemas para prevenir incidentes mayores.
Mental health therapy and support for students who are identified as needing support to prevent major incidents.
Identificar los problemas más temprano, dar seguimiento a estos y para que se encuentren soluciones que no incluya violencia.
Identify problems earlier, follow up on them, and find solutions that will not lead to future violence.
El punto que sigue es un punto muy delicado, ¿verdad? He escuchado comentarios de padres de familias que están a favor, padres de familia que están no a favor, pero voy a expresarlo de igual manera. Regresar policías a las escuelas para que estén ahí para prevenir acciones más peligrosas. Si esto se llega a hacer de tiempo completo en un futuro, pedimos que padres de familia y estudiantes sean parte del proceso de entrevistar y elegir al oficial que estarán en las escuelas. Asegurar que la voz de toda la comunidad sea tomada en cuenta para estas decisiones que son tan importantes.
This is a very important and delicate topic, and he says that there are parents who are in favor of it and against it, but nevertheless, he will share it tonight. and that is the return of school resource officers to schools so that they are there to prevent dangerous situations. If this becomes a full-time decision in the future, they ask that parents and students be part of the process of interviewing and choosing the officer who will be in the schools to ensure that the voices of the entire community are taken into account for these decisions that are so important for everyone.
Se podrían instalar detector de metales, probablemente sería un poquito difícil, pero esto ayudaría a minimizar o eliminar armas en el plantel escolar.
Would it be possible to have metal detectors that could possibly be installed? This could potentially help minimize or eliminate weapons on school grounds.
Posible revisión de mochilas para prevenir situaciones violentas.
Possible inspection of backpacks to prevent violent situations.
Este punto de igual manera creo yo que influye muchas cosas, es en base a los presupuestos que se va a tocar esta noche también. De igual manera lo voy a mencionar. Cercar las escuelas, que solo haya una manera para ingresar y salir del plantel escolar. Una sola entrada asegura que no entren estudiantes o otras personas que no son de esta escuela.
This is a topic that is around budget and also facilities that will be discussed today. But an idea is fencing around the schools so that there is only one way to enter and exit school campuses. A single entrance ensures that no students or others who are not from the school community enter the school at any time.
La comunicación necesita ser más específica y transparente. Parece ser que la traducción que provee la plataforma de Parent Square no siempre traduce el mensaje correcto del inglés al español. Un ejemplo es que el mensaje que mandó la superintendente Trunel el domingo en inglés decía que los policías estarían en las escuelas high school y visitarían a las escuelas secundarias. El mensaje que se recibió en español dice que los policías estarán en todas las escuelas secundarias y eso da impresión de que están en todas las escuelas cuando en realidad están en las preparatorias y visitarán a las secundarias.
Communication needs to be more specific and transparent. It seems that the translation provided by Parent Square platform does not always translate the correct message from English to Spanish. An example is that the message that Superintendent Trunell sent on Sunday in English said that the police would be in the high schools and would visit the middle schools. This message that was received in Spanish says that the police will be at all the secondary schools, and that gives the impression that they are at all the schools, when in reality, they are stationed at high schools and will be visiting middle schools.
Otro punto muy importante y creo que es muy importante. Esto ayudaría, creo yo, a que el comportamiento interno dentro de las escuelas sería mucho mejor. Más supervisión del plantel escolar. Aunque se han aprobado más posiciones, no hay el personal para tomar sus puestos. Los estudiantes se dan cuenta de la falta de supervisión y se sienten inseguros. Esto afecta su rendimiento académico.
This may be something that impacts internal behavior, but with more supervision on school campus. Although more positions have been approved, there is not the staff to fill those positions. Students notice the lack of supervision and feel insecure. This impacts their academic performance.
Parece ser que la percepción en nuestra comunidad es que los estudiantes latinos son los causantes de todos los problemas. Necesitamos asegurar que estos problemas no se vuelvan raciales. Esto lo están sintiendo padres de familia y estudiantes. ¿Cómo se abordará esta preocupación y evitar señalamientos innecesarios?
It seems that the perception in our community is that the Latino students are the cause of all of the problems. We need to ensure that these issues are not racialized. Parents and students are feeling this. How will this concern be addressed to ensure the unnecessary or that blame is unnecessary or avoid unnecessary blame?
Por último, quisiera terminar mi experiencia como presidente del comité de ILAC. Lo he palpado primeramente con la pandemia de COVID. Trabajamos en conjunto con personal del distrito, con los padres. He sentido esas preocupaciones de cerca de ellos cuando estuvimos en COVID. Ahora que tenemos esta situación, desafortunadamente, lo siento también esas preocupaciones de padres muy cerca, que necesitamos hacer algo ya.
He says, as the president for DLAC, he first was involved in working closely with our district and our community when COVID hit and the needs around COVID and all the worries that he would hear from our community, and he felt it. Again, he says that this is a time when he feels the need is there, the concern is there, and he says that we need to do something together now.
Quiero dar las gracias a la superintendente Ana Trunel, que estuvo en una reunión de nuestro comité compartiendo información del comité de seguridad. Nos gustaría que de ahora en adelante siguieran proveyendo información más seguido, no nada más al comité de DLAC, en todo el distrito, ¿verdad? Los padres, para saber qué tanto vamos avanzando, para saber qué tantas posiciones ya se están aprobando, que ya se llenaron los puestos. Y creo yo que vamos a sentirnos más seguros en cuanto a este comité de seguridad se implementen las estrategias que están ya ahorita, ¿verdad? Y creo yo que vamos a ir cambiando poco a poco. No podemos hacer un cambio radical, pero podemos empezar por algo y ya.
He would like to thank Superintendent Trinnell, who provided a presentation to the DLAC committee on the SART committee. And I'm trying to summarize and I apologize. And he's saying that he would appreciate those updates often and continue the updates on the positions, how many of them are filled, how many are still vacant, and also to continue the conversations on the strategies that have been identified by the SART committee, and sort of take a measurement of what's been implemented, what the process of that is, and then also lastly, to really begin with something and begin the implementation now.
Es todo por el momento. Muchas gracias por su atención y esperamos respuesta, y más que respuesta, estamos aquí para colaborar y vamos a resolver esto en mi caso, por nuestros hijos, nuestros estudiantes. Trabajemos juntos en esto.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for, we're here to collaborate. We're here to support for the sake of our students and our families, our community. So he's just again reiterating the collaboration that he's willing to do and together work on this now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Juarez. Muchísimas gracias. May I also now invite Stacy Desideri and Eric Lofty to share information.
Thank you, President Trinnell. I'm sorry, Superintendent Trinnell and President Medina.
I'm here tonight representing the Department of Wellness and Engagement. Joining me tonight is Director Eric Lofty. And unfortunately, we are missing our third compatriot, who is Coordinator Gustavo Mendoza. He's unable to be here with us tonight. Definitely, that man deserves all the shout outs. And we wanted to stand together tonight with our students, our families, our staff, our schools, and our community to talk with you tonight about school-based mental health, wellness, restorative services, attendance, engagement, site and staff support and training. In short, we're here tonight to speak to you about many of the ways that Santa Rosa City Schools works on the concept of safer schools.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be back to see you. I wish that we were here under completely different circumstances. The work that we have to do remains profoundly important and serious work. We've shed tears before in some of these presentations as we grapple with the reality of the factors that we're facing. The truth is, safer schools are a result of collaborative acts. And no one person, program, or department will create a safer school. It is a team approach with support and accountability intertwined. The passion we are experiencing tonight, and there is a lot of it, comes from a dedication to keeping our students at the center of everything we do, or certainly should come from that dedication. Nelson Mandela said, "Safety and security don't just happen. They are the result of collective consensus and public investment." And we are going to talk a little bit about some of the things that we've been doing that create the bigger picture, the sort of climate and culture stuff. We've been conceptualizing that work through the lens of improving and increasing support services for students, engaging students and families, and improving the quality of our staff through collaborative leadership.
Collaborative leadership that we have been doing this year is work together. It is training, professional development, and energy that is designed to learn together as a school and a community. This collaboration includes staff from all levels and all stakeholder groups, parents and students, and has been offered in a number of different models, including a regular collaboration as staff that is built into our school programs, and the November 1st professional development opportunity that our district had, and a November 2nd partnership seminar with the City of Santa Rosa Violence Prevention Partnership event. Some of the trainings and professional developments that we've invested in this year include de-escalation training through a variety of programs, including PROACT. We've been working with our students, our schools, our family and community agencies to safeguard the rights of our students and of our district and our community. We've invested time in learning about the history of gangs in Sonoma County and some of the risk factors why youth might join gangs and some of the protective factors that we have been trying to implement. We've also been looking at increasing integrated student supports at school. And earlier tonight, you heard Superintendent Trinnell talk about some of the measures that were put into place, both inspired by the work of our SART community and in partnership with Santa Rosa City Schools, the cabinet, and you as the board to address increase in staffing. Our restorative specialists had a significant increase over the last year from only one position at each high school to 2 full-time restorative specialists at each high school, and from having shared restoratives at middle and elementary to 1 at each school. While we do have 2 final vacancies to fill, this has resulted in a significant increase in the amount of restorative services being offered. This year to date, we have documented over 4,000 interventions between restoratives and our students so far. We also hope to share increased information and staffing on campus supervisors. But as shared tonight with a variety of stakeholders, we in the department share the hunger for filling these incredibly important positions. And we welcome all partnership and all collaboration to try to address the gap that we are seeing in our campus supervisors.
We have great news about our school-based therapist staffing levels. Currently, we are technically actually the first of the year, but we have a start date already for the final school-based therapists so that we will be meeting the expectations that we had set for increasing 2 additional school-based therapists. Our school-based therapists have done 3,600 therapy sessions with Santa Rosa City Schools this year so far, and we are working continually to increase that. We really appreciate hearing SRTA give a shout out, and I see a few signs about therapists being supportive in these challenging times. We really appreciate that. The reality though is we have overwhelming needs, and the safety concerns go hand in hand with the increases in mental health needs. As people are scared, they have a harder time dealing with the background mental health challenges that they face. And the other troubling fact is that violence in our community is what's driving a lot of the mental health need that exists.
Other work that we are continuing to dedicate ourselves to is looking at continued work on reviewing and aligning our understanding of California Ed Code, documentation protocols and practices, to continue our oversight of discipline and alignment to education code and board policy. This is resulting in the data that Superintendent Trinnell shared earlier with our incident rates remaining a little bit under last year to date.
Student, family, and community engagement. We continue to increase our presence and engagement and outreach into community events. We participated in several pop-up events, partnerships with community organizations designed to support our students. We continue to use panorama data to guide our interventions. Secondary staff have been working with SCO to design, plan, and implement wellness centers. Responsive interventions that we have been working with, circles, dialogues, peer interventions, partnered with other more traditional forms of discipline. Safe school ambassadors through Community Matters.
Other partnerships that we have with community organizations, and I believe you're going to be hearing from some tonight directly. We have a partnership with a Seneca program, Keeping Kids in School, that is directed tiered support, including everything from outreach to one-to-one mentorship, supporting students that struggle with school engagement and attendance. We also have a very vibrant and lively participation in the Violence Prevention Partnership that was originally funded by Measure O. Both Superintendent Trinnell and other members of the staff participate in this opportunity regularly, which provides one-to-one services and coordinated outreach for our students in need.
I want to do a really great shout out to the city's In Response program. That program has been amazing this year. They've ended up really picking up the slack for a lot of the space that we would normally reach out to school resource officers. And I hope that as we're coming up with a responsiveness, that we don't ignore the role that In Response is playing. They are phenomenal. Just to finish. We've been doing life skills groups. We've got a couple groups going on at sites with Umanidad, another local agency that is really effective. We've been doing anger groups, grief groups, as many services as we can provide with the resources we have. We've been trying to implement.
So tonight's presentation, we were really struggling to keep this very short, because if you have the time, we can talk to you about the way that the adults in our community are seeing and reaching out to our students in need. And I think that the incredible turnout tonight speaks volumes that this is not a community that is in crisis. This is a community who is ready to act. And we welcome that partnership and that alliance with us to speak to and be there to keep our students at the center of our work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stacy and Eric. And I would like to invite our Sonoma County Office of Education partners down to the table.
Thank you so much for, thank you so much for having us. We're going to start with Dr. Gansler. He's the lead of a team that we just launched at the Sonoma County Office of Education this year, Culture and Partnerships, and he's going to share a little bit about the work he's doing with Santa Rosa City Schools.
Thank you. I believe there's some slides. Great. All right. Okay. Good evening. I am a graduate of Montgomery High School. I'm a parent of a graduate of Montgomery High School, and I'm a parent of a current student at Montgomery High School. So this work is very important to me. And it started in March when I joined SCO, and I was able to spend a week at Montgomery in the aftermath of the tragedy that happened there. And I am I'm a former teacher, assistant principal, director, and now an assistant superintendent. I have a background in education. I have a PhD from University of Wisconsin-Madison. I brought all of those lenses to bear in the months afterwards, where I really thought about what a healthy school looks like. And I was given a few months at SCO to really dive into the research. And I conducted a lit review of every study I could find over the last 20 years that talked about school culture. And from there, I built a framework that is the foundation of our department's work and identified 6 key components all around this concept of high structure, high support. And those 6 components are displayed in front of you. And you can see that safety issues is in there. But one of the things I very much want to stress is that all of it is safety. All of those things are the components that make up a safe, healthy school. And our work, and when I say our work, I mean SCO, but specifically our department, is focused on using that framework and overlaying it with school climate survey and youth truth, and bridging the gap in the numbers that we see in those climate surveys with what a healthy school culture should look like. And each school, each one of your high schools will receive an analysis of the school climate survey overlaid with very specific recommendations that are rooted in this school culture framework. I want to thank also Superintendent Tranel for allowing me to spend a week at Montgomery in March. And out of that week, I was able to talk to a great many people at the school and really help frame the initiatives that I'm about to talk about. So, next slide, please. All right, so we developed 4 initiatives. These initiatives can be thought of as streams of support. And any district can dip a bucket into those streams in order to receive that support. Each one of these was in response in many ways and framed by what I saw and heard as I visited with Montgomery over that week. I listened to the students, I talked to the staff, I talked deeply with the administrative team. And each one of these is in response to what I learned. So first, students talked about being in lockdown and not having, in some cases, not really knowing what was going on. And the police also, I was able to talk with them as well. And so we dipped into what is considered to be one of the best, most comprehensive emergency response systems in the region, and that's in San Mateo. And we crafted it to fit Sonoma County, and we're calling this the Essential 5 emergency responses. We're working with partners, the insurance partners called RESIG. They are printing 3,000 emergency response guides. They will be distributed to every classroom in the county at the end of the year. Next is Code Red, alerts for schools. This is in response to some of the lack of communication that occurred when we have situations where a student is at large that may be threatening multiple districts within the same area. So now we are able, with one button, to communicate with all of the leadership at schools and districts in the county and alert them to situations that may be concerning to parents, students, and staff. Safety plan at a glance is an attempt to operationalize very long safety plans and distill them down to 5 or 6 pages of actionable information that is available instantly to first responders. We found that at Montgomery, when the police arrived, they were not able to contact the administrative, they didn't have the numbers of the administrators there. And during another subsequent lockdowns across, that I've also been invited to witness, we found that sometimes maps weren't easily accessible. And we talked to both police and fire and found that they wanted different kinds of maps. So all of that is going to be available to the police within a very, very retrievable system that they will have in their cars. And so it will help to facilitate and streamline better service from emergency organizations responding to crises. And then finally, behavioral threat assessment teams. This is a site-based team that is trained to use a protocol that can help identify potential threats before they emerge. And it's an upstream way of thinking about violence prevention. We conducted our first training in November. We will have a subsequent training in March, and we hope to have all secondary schools with a trained team that will be self-sustaining and provide a multiple professional lens using many of the different perspectives within a school in order to identify and assess potential threats and therefore prevent any violence that might come their way. This is just a quick glance at the Essential 5. And so there's shelter in place, drop, cover, and hold, secure the campus, lockdown, and evacuation. Number 3, secure the campus, is new to most crisis responses, and it allows for a school to be on alert if there's a danger nearby, but not necessarily have to lock down and disrupt and also traumatize the school. But each one of these things comes with very specific procedures, communication, and we will be also conducting training over the coming year to help any school or district that wants to adopt this to use it quickly. And then there's a little note for me to include safe school ambassadors. And that I also want to highlight that is a cultural initiative that can help a school train what's called upstanders. And they are trained to, if they see things that are, fall into the category of harassment and bullying, they're trained to safely intervene. And it helps to create a much safer culture within a school. That is being sponsored by SCO. Dr. Carter is funding it for every high school in the county, and we are also now including many middle schools. So that's a quick overview of the services that we're offering.
Of course, we all know that safety is a lot of things. And so I've invited Tyson Dickinson. He leads our wellness and behavioral health team to share an overview of that team's work as well.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me today. Thank you, Superintendent Trunell and board, Santa Rosa City Schools Board. Thank you to the students for having us here today also. Your voices are the most important. All of your voices are the most important in the room, not what we're saying. So I want to talk a little bit about the newer partnership that has begun between SCO and Santa Rosa City Schools in terms of behavioral health and well-being. Over the past year and a half, the SCO Behavioral Health and Wellbeing Department has been building a partnership with Santa Rosa City Schools to support student and staff wellness in ways that are immediate and short-term, as well as in ways that are structural and ongoing that will pay dividends down the road. As Eric mentioned earlier, this is going to take many different initiatives, many different levels of support, and great ideas and partnerships. So I'm going to give some examples of some of the things, some of the ways we've partnered today. So when there's been a crisis on a campus, we've helped coordinate multi-agency responses to support student and staff after those crises. We're providing suicide prevention training to staff, students, and the community. We're providing mental health professionals and interns as direct service providers on Santa Rosa City Schools campuses. We're providing various professional development opportunities around trauma-informed practices, equity, anti-racist structures and practices. We're partnering on grants and supporting innovative ideas like app-based psychoeducation and connection to mentors with lived experience, mentors that represent our students. Two examples of partnerships that focus on structural and long-term changes include, as was mentioned earlier, opening wellness centers on Santa Rosa City Schools campuses and supporting the adoption of the community schools model. These programs, we believe, and data shows, will support more community partnerships and services on campuses. They'll help reduce the stigma around mental health so students and families are more likely to access services. We're hoping to always elevate student voice and prioritize students who are situated furthest from opportunity. We believe that these programs, supports, and continued partnership will increase healing, connection, and belonging on our campuses and improve the outcomes for all of our students. So I look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you.
Trustees, as you've heard from Dr. Gansler and Director Dickinson, to achieve our educational mission, it's essential that we create and maintain a safe and secure environment for our students, staff, and faculty. We must do so while also upholding the principles of equity, inclusion, and fairness. As a community, we are faced with a crisis. This isn't a media manipulation. We all experienced the shock and grief that came with the death of a student on one of our campuses. These incidents of violence and weapons at our schools are part of a national problem. This is not a Santa Rosa problem. This is a national problem. And there are superintendents in this room and board members that are also here and watching on Zoom who are also trying to wrangle with the difficult problems that we are facing nationally. As we've heard tonight, our students are reporting that they are traumatized and worried about their very own teachers. Our parents and our teachers and staff are telling us that we need to do more. Research shows that education of young minds cannot be successful in high fear environments. School resource officers are not the antidote to school violence, but they can play a pivotal role in a multifaceted approach. In consideration of any partnership with law enforcement, it is imperative that our local districts enact safeguards to ensure our well-intentioned safety measures do not lead to the historically disproportionate discipline of our BIPOC students. We must all be vigilant in our community and on our commitment to equity, ensuring that every student is treated fairly and without bias. To achieve this, any partnership must implement comprehensive training programs for all members of staff that focus on cultural competency, de-escalation techniques, and restorative justice practices. And I would just note that it's important for those who work and lead our school sites to take the lead on this, that they are the decision makers. When an SRO is misused and called in to address a cell phone or a minor matter, that is an internal system problem that also needs to be resolved before any partnership would be successful. Equally important in designing programs which foster positive relationships among law enforcement staff and students. Building trust and understanding between these groups can contribute to a more positive and inclusive school environment. This means if a district chooses to partner with a school resource officer, getting clear as to the system on things like school uniforms, on the wearing of uniforms, visible weapons, and what rules he or she is there to enforce. Moreover, we must create for you a data reporting structure that our school boards can use to continually assess and reassess our campus safety and culture measures. Regular evaluation of any SRO program and any other measures that impact safety, discipline, and overall school climate are essential to ensure that they align with our shared commitment to equity. Such an effort would empower this very board to address any concerns that may arise. I know because I have witnessed it firsthand that school resource officers on our campuses can coexist with our commitment to equity. By reimagining these roles and implementing thoughtful training programs, fostering positive relationships with all partners, and using data and open communication, we can create safe and inclusive learning environments for all students. SCO stands ever at the ready as a partner to support the work of this board in the areas of school culture, safety, and wellness. It will take all of us to lift the burden on our educators so that they can focus on teaching as we collectively work to ensure that every student has the opportunity to learn and grow without fear. Thank you.
Thank you to our SCO partners, Dr. Carter and your team for joining us this evening. That concludes our formal comments of speakers who've been invited to join us. And with that, I will hand it back to the board, President Medina.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell. So now we will move on to the board questions and answers for the presenters. Director De La Torre.
First off, I just want the room to know how serious we do take this issue, how much I support the community that's in this room, outside these doors, and viewing these current circumstances on Zoom. We received a lot of history tonight, a lot of information on what guided decisions. And the reality and the truth is we're
Director De La
dealing with-
Torre, right now it's Q&A. We'll do this part after the public comment. So anybody questions for any of the presenters? Manieri,
yeah.
Trustee Manieri?
Yeah, I have a few questions. My first question is to our SCO partners, actually. I'm interested in the work that's being done in the Student School Culture and Partnerships Department. I'm wondering if folks from that department and the behavioral health and well-being departments are willing to come back to this board so we can go and dive in a little bit deeper into this information. I know we scratched the surface today, but I'd like to know if we can, if that can happen in the future.
Absolutely. Yes.
I have a couple more questions. This might be for Superintendent Trinell or someone from our staff. I'm also interested in data around our restorative practices. Do we collect data on our restorative practices, and can that come back to the board at another time?
We do collect data. I think what we'll do is look at the data because some of it is very specific and confidential. So we will look to see what data we may be able to present. And I'm seeing Stacy say yes. So
Thank you. And I think what I'm interested in seeing is, more around how many circles do we do? How many students have we served? What are some of the outcomes that we're seeing? And where are the areas that we need to strengthen? And another question I have is, so I know that SCO presented on the trainings that are being offered around racism and anti-bias. Do we have data around that, and how many of our folks have participated in those trainings?
I think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, President Medina. Those were my questions.
Director De La Cruz.
This is a question for our SCO folks. Just wanting to understand if you've reviewed recent research from the National Institute of Justice, which is our National Department of Justice research team. They recently completed a report on the impact of school resource officers and concluded that the evidence-based practices do not show that police on school campuses are an effective strategy to improve safety and security. And in fact, where officers are on campus, there's an increase in school suspensions, arrests, and unequal and inequitable treatment of students of color and students with disabilities. So I'm just wondering where your evidence-based practice on the benefits of school resource officers is coming from. Yes, that was for you.
I would say a lot of it comes from 10 years as a site administrator. I worked with school resource officers who were also members of the teaching staff. And I saw a lot of different interventions that worked very well. And so I think when you're putting in the right measures and you're putting in the right controls, it is a program that can have benefit. But I appreciate the point you're making.
So where are those programs? Where are those programs, and can that data be shared with us about how you ensure that there isn't disproportional impact on students of color? That, again, that data flies in the face of national data and national experts from the Department of Justice concerned about discrimination.
Thank you, trustee.
That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for the data that might be different from what is being reported across the country as a whole, right?
And I'm sure your staff and my team as well can sort of help put together some of the solutions that we've found out there nationally.
Thanks. The other question follows up a little bit on Stephanie's questions around training. So I direct the county's Office of Equity. We know very well that you can't train your way out of a racist institution, that it also comes from ensuring that there's accountability and that there's data collection that is reviewed on a regular basis. When we have that data come back around the ways in which we're actually measuring the impact of the training, is that something that you have access to? I guess this is a combination of like our own PD as well as the stuff that was in that kind of like, for example, anti-racist training.
So we do have some data. However, we're starting really a different approach. And right now it's very much about mindset, which, as you know, is a little bit more challenging to measure per se. However, there is some data that we have.
Yeah, this is a great conversation just to continue around how we actually come up with metrics that measure culture change. It's a really excellent conversation that's happening kind of across anti-racist work inside of institutions. And I'd just love to make sure that we're kind of listening to the ways in which we're actually being able to track the impact of training on the way students experience higher levels of justice and more equity in their education. The last question, and this goes to all of us, right? It's a critical principle in equity work that the people who are closest to the challenges are also closest to the solutions, but they tend to be furthest from the resources, the authority, the seats at the table, the power to actually make sure that those solutions are implemented. And so this is a question to all of us, right? Where are the voices of students who feel so unsafe? I'm sorry, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done with my question. Please, let's remain civil so I can finish my sentence. Okay? I'm not yelling at you. I'm asking a question. Where are the voices of students who feel so unsafe that they're bringing weapons to school? Where are their solutions at the table? Why are they not in this room, given a seat at the table? Where are the students who are experiencing disproportional? I'm sorry, I'm still not finished with my question. I have respected you and your voices, and we have created space for multiple perspectives in this room. I ask for the same civility. Is that something that you're able to do? Thank you. Right, so again, going back to that question around how are we making sure that the kids, right, and then we understand it's a small number of kids who are experiencing a very high level of fear and insecurity in the schools. Those are the kids who have the things, they have the solutions inside of them. They have the solutions inside of their experiences. And so I really call on all of us to make sure that those are the kids at the table, that those are the kids who are working with us to come up with the solutions. And that's what equity looks like.
Trustee Sheffield.
Thank you. This is a question, it might be for Steve Mazzara, and I think it might have been, it was before your time, because this was a question that came up in 2020 when we started looking at the SRO program and some of the recommendations that the ad hoc had. I am not sure, and it was never made clear to me, if the SROs followed the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, which was established in 2015. I wasn't sure if it carried over. This is an act that mandates all state and local law enforcement agencies to collect and report detailed information about every person detained and searched. This is students. The reporting would be by age, gender, identity, LGBTQ plus status, race, ethnicity, limited English fluency, and disability status. Is this something that we had in place when the law went into effect?
Trustee Sheffield, I don't recall that coming up in the conversations of the ad hoc committee at all.
Okay.
So if it was still part of the dialogue, it didn't come up to our committees. So I can't really speak that we have data on that.
Okay, and this is something that's really important as we move forward. And even now that we're in a situation where we do have law enforcement on our campuses, this data is being collected and it's being reported. I am also not sure if that data needs to be reported to us as a district, but we're talking about the 10% that the Montgomery students were talking about. And this is really important that you're here in the room, because this is where the discussion ended in 2020. I see that there are students of color here, and the focus of the board at the time, even before 2020, has been about equity. And when you look at the makeup of this board, It's important to know that we have backgrounds and we have life experiences. Some of us grew up in this community and have experienced things that we want to bring to the conversation. And this board, unlike many others in an elected office in the county, it doesn't look like us, and they have different lenses that they're seeing things through. So yes, it's really important to listen to the student voices, absolutely. And the data is really important too, when we look at the data, because again, we as a board are doing our best to represent those students that maybe don't have a voice. I'll stop there.
Anyway.
Thank you. And I do appreciate all the data that you collected as well. Absolutely.
While it may not have come up during the ad hoc, my understanding is that in the follow-up and conversations with the former chief of police, there was an ask. And while the individual is not here tonight, my understanding is that there was some understanding that there would be some work around that. So I think there's an opportunity here to do some follow-up on that discussion.
And this is another really important point, because we're talking about where things left off in 2020. We had a different superintendent. We had a different city manager. We had a different chief of police. None of them are in the room. None of them are picking up where we left off.
Trustee De La Torre, I've kind of allowed some people to editorialize after the questions. So if you want to go ahead and speak now before everybody speaks, I'd say go ahead.
Thank you, President Medina. So we got a lot to hear tonight, and we want to take the time to hear it. And I'm not going to go too deep into what I need to say, other than appreciating all the voices and all the perspectives that are in this room. We did hear a lot of history. In 2019, the MOU expired. In 2019, SRPD also disassembled their gang task force due to funding. In 2020, after much deliberation, the school board at that time chose to pause the SRO program. In 2023, right now, we are in a crisis of chaos on our campuses. The uptick in gang violence and gang activity is not a school problem. It is a community problem that has made its way onto our campuses. I am all too familiar with random acts of violence and targeted acts of violence that reiterate that time is not promised, and it is all too fleeting. And there are those that are no longer with us to share their voices on why things may or may not matter. So it's up to us that are here to express those interests. What I want the room to think about as they have these conversations and express what you need, it is up to us to provide every resource and every tool possible into that tool bag that may be part of the solution. We currently do not know what an SRO program tool may look like. We do not know what that tool may cost, but I do believe it is a collective responsibility to collaborate and make sure we have access to that tool, which is currently not accessible. So as you share your words and you express your interest, let's have a common goal to collaborate and work together and have adult conversations to put our best foot forward to do more and to do better to provide safety for our students, our teachers, our staff, and our community.
Any other board members? And so I will go ahead and ask a couple things. First off, Eric, you brought up the good work of the in-response team. I did want to add that when the city council was adjusting their budget, removing SROs, one of the big asks that I had to them was spend some more of that money on more in-response mental health specialists for our schools. Obviously, that didn't happen. I did want to ask, do we have any information on SB 1421 and SRPD? When we asked in 2020, they hadn't started collecting that data on demographics. They indicated to us that they would not start collecting demographic data on their arrests and how they interact with people until 2021. Is that anything we've looked at, or can we look at that as we look at making a decision?
I believe that's something that we will have to follow up with the board on.
And then County Superintendent Amy Carter, you mentioned that SROs could play a pivotal role in keeping students safer. And one of the things that I see as I look at research and data, the question that often comes up, a pivotal role for who? And that often goes to the issue of BIPOC students. So I think in looking at data or evidence, it's keep that question in mind. I would also ask, are there schools without SRO programs that do an effective job at keeping students safe? And if so, what is it that they do that maybe we don't, that we could do better?
Yes, thank you, trustee. And of course, you can have a school safe campus without a school resource office. And that was really that first slide that Dr. Gansler presented, and that is the involvement of parents, family, high expectations for students, high supports for students, high academic achievements. That it's definitely possible. It's really embedded in your school culture, and we're using the Youth Truth to sort of be a beacon for those areas that we can improve to accomplish exactly that goal.
And you all mentioned data gathering systems. I wasn't sure if you were talking about data gathering system, like specifically like around an SRO program or just overall for districts on safety. Could you clarify?
I've served as an administrator for boards that had a monthly reporting for me as a site principal about the discipline that I enacted. And so I think that there's a possibility for that same sort of connection to be with school resource officers. We have the 48915 education code that requires us to contact law enforcement as administrators. And I would really want to ask a site administrator, if they're disciplining for 48900K defiance, and they've brought in a school resource officer, why would that be the case? Why would you make that decision? So I think there's an opportunity there for you to hold your administration responsible for how the school resource officers on campus. But the way that I've seen the most benefit is when those officers take the time to really get to know the students, care about the students. And then what I've seen happen on campus is many times those students trust those officers and are able to can give them heads up about things going on campus, and it becomes a preventative measure.
Thank you. And to students, in our conversation, one of the things that y'all expressed is that you wanted something immediate. You wanted immediate action. One of the possible solutions that I said, what if we increase patrols around the schools? And y'all said, no, you wouldn't like that. Is it accurate to share that you expressed that more patrols around schools would cause you more anxiety? Okay. The other thing you mentioned, if I could kind of play it out correctly, you mentioned that there was a situation where, I don't remember exactly who, but mentioned that they saw Luigi running to, I think it was like a fight or something, and you felt safe and confident that he was the one running. And I asked what if it was another officer? You said you'd prefer if it was Luigi because you knew that then the student wouldn't get hurt. Does that sound correct? Okay. And so I just wanted to share those things because both of those things apply to me and what I heard and felt. Part of issues with law enforcement in general and that trust. And I hear the thing about relationship building, and I totally agree. Relationships build a better experience. I did want to apologize for that feeling of, I think it was that emotions are irrelevant. I could totally see how what I said could have felt that way, and I'll own that. I think I'll add that for me, I've been a student in this district from early 90s. I worked actively as a student during college, seeing what I will call institutional racism in this district, in our community, in the early 2000s, seeing a disproportionate amount of students suspended and expelled, students of color from our district. That's why I first ran for school board in 2004, because of what was going on. And so that was going on in a horrible and impactful way in this district. And I still think that even with me on the board, there's structural issues that we have that need to address institutional racism. In 2012, there was a lot of work to eliminate the zero tolerance policies that occurred in this district. That's one piece of work that started that once that was eliminated, restorative justice practices started being implemented, right? And even before SROs, the SRO program ended, there was a lot of work that was already being done to kind of start building towards solutions that wouldn't include that, from what I saw from an outsider perspective, because a lot of that work happened even before I served on the board. But there's a lot of work that's been going on for many years to do better by the students, to provide more equitable outcomes. And I think a lot of the work that's been being done and looking at the data, and it's about making sure that there was a comment that said there was shock and grief at the loss of a student. And yeah, I think we all experienced that. But I think for many of us, for a long time, there's been a lot of shock and grief at how the system has pushed so many out of the schools, the push out schools. And that's a lot of the work that's been going on. And that's what makes this a very complicated issue. And one of the things that the ad hoc committee expressed in 2020 was that it's very complicated. And one of the things that they expressed was that without modifications, many of them would have chosen to just remove the SROs. But the other thing that the ad hoc committee expressed is that in their work, they weren't offered the opportunity to provide alternative solutions. That wasn't the scope of the work. What could a school environment without SROs look like? That's one thing that they clearly expressed that they wish they would have had more time to do. But that wasn't the work that they did. So with that said, we'll go on to public comments unless there's, it looks like we have one more board member.
First, just a quick clarification. Will the board be discussing after public comment? Okay, then I just have, so I'll speak to SROs at that time. I just have a quick question, I think for our admin team, about what opportunities we currently have for parents to volunteer as supervision on campus. Just a question. At CSBA, we heard from other districts about their watchdogs program, so I'm just curious if we have anything like that.
So I think in general, we do have some programs. I think receiving the question tonight, I would like to be sure that I reach out to all of our sites so that they can express what that looks like at their schools. We have increased the number of volunteers on our campuses, and over time, we've learned how to work with our equipment and our system to streamline and help families to get through that process more quickly. But that has been a bumpy road, and I appreciate everyone and their patience and those involved who are working to make it an easier process.
So before we move on to public comment, is it okay to get a motion to extend the meeting? Anybody?
I move to extend the meeting to 11:55. Is that our cutoff?
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to 11:55 because 11:55 is the time we got to be out of here. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Okay, we'll now move on.
Don't go anywhere. We have a lot to discuss, so don't groan.
Okay, so
Our
I
meetings
have,
often go that long.
I have about 80 public comment cards here. Remember, we're giving folks 1 minute each. So I'm going to start calling names. If you could line up. The first person is Sydney Stroud, followed by Miranda Cabrera. And after Miranda Cabrera, Abby Schmidt. Sydney Stroud, Miranda Cabrera, and Abby Schmidt.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Sydney Stroud. Something I would like to present today is the effects violence has not only on the students, but on the staff and teachers involved. Over the last 9 months, I've witnessed so much suffering from my teachers. Day to day, they are continuously put in these uncomfortable situations where us students are looking to them for defense and support. That is not their job. It is not their job to defend students from harm. Their job is to educate us and teach us, yet they can't even do this job in the environment that Monty is living in at this moment. Countless fights and threats keep occurring, and the fear of losing a life is present every single day I enter a classroom. How are the teachers supposed to feel? I should not have to rely on my math teacher to save me from an armed attack. Last year, there was a blackout that occurred at school. I was sitting in math class, and the eerie feeling of fear entered the room. My math teacher exploded into tears. She locked the door and immediately started blurting out her fear in this moment that someone with bad intentions would take advantage of the opportunity and harm our students.
Thank you, Sydney. Next, we have Miranda Cabrera, followed by Abby Schmidt, then Paloma Ramirez.
Good evening to the board. My name is Miranda Cabrera, or as my friends call me, Callie. I'm gonna be honest. I'm terrified my school is gonna be put on another lockdown. It's horrible. These lockdowns have taken a toll on my mental health, and I believe I speak for others when I say this too. I cry knowing that me or my friends could be next with all this violence. There's no way that I will be able to view my school, Slater, as the safe school anymore. Trust me, I hate it as much as you guys do, but our school is under attack. You guys need to do something. This is serious. You guys need to listen to us. Listen to your students, listen to your teachers, listen to us. We are the reason why you guys get the money that you make. We are the reason why you guys get everything. We need your help. You need to save us. We are under attack, not literally, but most definitely under gang violence and everything. We are not okay. We are scared. We are terrified that something could happen to us.
Thank you, Miranda. Next, we had Abby Schmidt, followed by Paloma Ramirez, and then Abby Merkel.
As a student of Herbert Slater Middle School, we should have SROs on campus. It would make our school so much safer if we had an SRO on campus. If we had a dangerous situation like what happened today with people trying to enter our campus, the SRO was able to de-escalate the situation and make our campus safer. And SROs have been proven to make everyone feel safer and build relationships with students. You have seen it at Montgomery High School with Officer Luigi, and here at Slater, we have always welcomed the SROs, and no one really does not like them. The SRO would also help stop more violence from happening because most people would not want to bring a weapon to school or cause a fight with a police officer on campus. This should not be happening in our schools, And you need to hear our voices that we don't want this happening at our schools. You ask for our help, you ask for our voices, and then you don't listen to them.
Thank you, Abby. Next, we have Paloma Ramirez, followed by Abby Merkel, then Aliana Ochoa.
Hi, I'm Paloma Ramirez, a seventh grader that goes to Herbert Slater Middle School. Every day I walk into school wondering if there's going to be a fight, threat, or a weapon. How many times is my school going to be on the press Democrat? When is the board going to listen to our begging voices? We need on-campus police. So many kids would feel safer. The school is more put together this week because police have been on our campus. We have had 2 lockdowns just this year. We don't want another kid to flash a knife, someone to come on campus again, or another poor kid dying. What is it going to take for us to have more support on campuses? Teachers don't know what to do. They need help. Thank you for listening to my cries, and a thank you to my friend Riley for helping me write this speech.
Thank you, Paloma. Next, we have Abby Merkel, followed by Aliana Ochoa, and then Addison Kincaid.
Hi, my name is Abigail Merkel, and I'm a freshman at Montgomery High School. This is my first year at Monty, but that does not mean I'm not affected, along with the whole student body, staff members, and generally the whole community. Safety should be one of the top priorities concerning the school districts and is one of the reasons why students attend Santa Rosa City Schools. Unfortunately, this bare minimum is not being met. Students should not have to ask to be safe. I should not be standing here today explaining why we deserve safety. Yes, we are demanding SROs. SROs are a necessity for our districts moving forward, but not only do we need SROs, we need more counselors, more mental health support, and more ways for students to be able to express their feelings, thoughts, and ideas. I do want to express my gratitude for the teachers and staff who have done so much to make Monty a better place, but we need everyone's support to not only feel safe, but to be safe. I'm here with my fellow classmates, teachers, and administration demanding change from the school board. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Next, we have Aliana Ochoa, followed by Addison Kincaid, then Quentin Oliva.
Hello, everybody. I'm currently a senior at Santa Rosa High School. I have been a part of district my entire life. These past couple of years, I have felt unsafe at school and unprotected by adults around me. Me and my peers are just teenagers. We shouldn't have to worry about our safety and our lives at a learning facility. How are we expected to learn in a place where we feel endangered? I have 2 kid sisters, and they shouldn't have the same struggles that I have to do today with the safety. I am asking the school board today to listen to every single one of these students and be proactive for these changes. Actions are speak louder than words. It shouldn't have gone to a point where a student has to beg for a safe environment, but it has. And now the ball is in your court for a change. We need more involvement from you and every admin and staff in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Aliana. Next, we have Addison Kincaid, followed by Quentin Oliva and Diego Arguda, I think. Adjunta.
Hi, my name is Addison Kincaid. I am currently a junior attending Montgomery High School. I'm here tonight with many of my fellow classmates and hope to make a change to our campus safety. March 1st, 2023 was a tragic and traumatizing experience for many, including myself. However, on May 12th, 2023, Montgomery High School's students heard that same alarm due to a potential threat on campus. Personally, my heart dropped immediately. I feared that we had a reoccurring incident like the one on March 1st. Students and staff should not have to be afraid about whether or not they will be returning home. Staff on our campuses didn't sign up for this. They want to teach and support students, but they are distracted from having to deal with these threats and instances that happen daily. Having someone who signed up for this position and is able to take action when needed is vital at this point. I want school resource officers on campuses to ensure safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Addison. Next, we have Quentin Oliva, followed by Diego Adjunta and Omer Zuniga.
Hello, board. My name is Quentin Oliva, and I would ask for you guys to look at me so I know you guys are listening. I would like to remind you of what I ended last time. We got the attention of the news and media twice, faster in 1 week than we did the attention of our district office. We've had media outside of our school for the past 2 weeks. We shouldn't have to beg for basic necessities like health and safety. My teachers want to quit, not because they're scared, because they're exhausted of not being heard. In the 90s, Montgomery had a person for truancy between gangs and dealing with gang violence on campus. SROs are not the only answer. Stop searching for answers when the answers are the ones you keep taking away, and stop gaslighting us and put all your thoughts and opinions aside and listen to the students going through it on their everyday lives and come visit the campus and see what they're dealing with. And De La Cruz, I want to say the kids bringing knives aren't the students who are scared. They're the ones looking for something to do. And the ones that are scared are the ones trying to graduate, going to class every day.
Thank you, Quentin. Now we got Diego, followed by Omer Zuniga. And after Omer, we got Kyle Bradford.
The fact that we even have to be here today to even beg for safety is nothing more than a tragedy. It had to take a life of a kid for us to even be here today. Honestly, I address all of you with great sadness. I've heard a lot of good points from both pro and anti-SRO. But what I'm most concerned about, both sides have not decided to compromise. Like, I am so surprised that both sides want to decide to stay in their little echo chamber and not even debate the other one and to say, hey, let's think of something that will unite us all. Because this city is nothing more than divided right now. Divided socially, mentally, and everything. This city has not converted nothing more than a rump state. And in order for us to even achieve and for us to be safe in school, both sides, I beg you, cooperate. That way we can be happy and we can be safe. Good night.
Thank you, Diego. Now we have Omer Zuniga, followed by Kyle Bradford, then Eva Trujillo.
Hi, my name is Omer Zuniga. I'm a junior at Santa Rosa High School and the president of Youth Activism Club. Please do not continue to spend our limited resources to bring law enforcement officers instead of people who are educators, mental health, and restorative justice specialists to help us get through school. We are in a delicate situation with Hieronymus pushing politics into a complex institution that is our school, and we know officers will cause more harm than good. It is a premature step bringing officers who aren't trained to educate but to enforce, and it does not need to happen right now. You're listening to more of the loud voices who are advocating for safety and security of white students while knowingly putting BIPOC students and students with disabilities at risk. Please do not ignore the real harm and the real story. Cops don't make our schools feel safe. Working together, our school community makes us feel safe. Please use our resources to support teachers, our restoratives, and our counselors, not give more money to police officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Omer. Next, we have Kyle Bradford, followed by Eva Trujillo, then Sila Wiley.
Hello, my name is Kyle Bradford. Recently at schools, I've seen the integration of police officers into the school, and they are not trained to be SROs. It's a step in the wrong direction, and we are going backwards from what we previously wanted to happen. Everybody wants SRO like Officer Luigi, but that just doesn't exist. We wish it would. We wish Santa Rosa could have a person who we could rely on and who we could trust, who had the ability to deal with threats, but we just don't. Officer Luigi was a great person and helped many people. And the current situation at Santa Rosa is people with police officers who are threatening and they don't have the proper training to interact and help students. Like, we have many restorative specialists on campus who do that and make the students feel safe and like they have a voice they can talk to. And that just doesn't exist within police officers because some people do not agree with that.
Thank you, Kyle. Next, we have Eva Trujillo, followed by Sila Wiley. I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering that name. And then Oliver Sweet. What's your name?
Oliver Sweet.
Yeah, go ahead, Oliver.
One moment, please. Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Oliver Sweet, and I'm a senior at Montgomery High School. And I'm here to ask you a question that seems the most important to me, and that is, what's next? First of all, I would like to commend the efforts of all those students and the teachers who have come here today, and those who stand in the cold outside. Their fight, whether it be for or against SROs, is one I feel solidarity and compassion for. But and this belief has been expressed by my friends and teachers, I say that this fight must be the first flare in a fireworks show of action. So, what's next? I've heard the words of many of my friends tonight, and from them I can say one thing. What we saw in Luigi and what we want as students is a friend. Luigi was special in that he didn't act like a policeman and even less like a security guard. For us, he was connection, a connection that helped us build community and connections. However it happens, we need more connections, more adults to hear us.
Thank you, Oliver. Your time is up. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I don't, that name again, I think it was possibly Kyle Wiley or Kyla Wiley. Maybe Kylan, yeah. Wiley. Okay, and followed by Caroline McKenzie and then Libby Dalton. And I'll just add DJ Brookshire after that. Do we have any of those? Caroline? No, Caroline? Libby? Dalton?
Yeah, I'm Libby.
Go ahead, Libby.
I'm just gonna keep it short so the kids can talk. But I have 3 sons in Santa Rosa City Schools. 2 of you don't speak for them. They are not just data points. If you won't take immediate action, I ask that you step down from our board. Dela Cruz and Medina.
DJ Brookshire, followed by Caroline McKenzie. Oh, wait. Yeah, Caroline McKenzie and Lila Snyder after that.
I just noticed you started my time. I wasn't ready to begin yet, but I'll go ahead. DJ Brookshire, Montgomery, shout out to our BIPOC Vikings that shared their very real street data. 7 months ago, I met with Allegria and Omar to share the perspective that was unique to Montgomery, how positive an impact Luigi had on our campus. Y'all ignored the perspective of a Black man that did not align with your personal beliefs. As a leader, as a policymaker, it is your responsibility to listen to the people affected by your decisions and movement, or lack thereof. I don't think I've ever seen any of you all on our campus, and that's fine, but if that's the case, then you need to listen to the suggestions that are given to y'all and treat them with the respect that you give to your own beliefs. Thank you to our superintendent who demonstrated the immense courage in placing officers on our campuses. Chief Cregan agreed 7 months ago to enact training for officers, including mandated implicit bias training, child development training to understand the behaviors of adolescents, students on review committees for officers in a school setting, and more. Because of our board's inability to seize the opportunity, the officers on our campus today have none of that additional training. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ. Next, we have Caroline McKenzie, followed by Lila Snyder, then Lynn Carlisle.
I'm not Caroline.
Who are you?
I'm Lila.
Go ahead, Lila.
Okay. Whether you want to believe it or not, school is different than when you attended. I was trained as a safe school ambassador. Though it is a good program, on top of everything else a student has to deal with nowadays, I don't think looking for weapons and learning how to stop fights should be one of them. That is the job of an SRO. You still say 92% for SROs isn't enough, and at this point, I'm genuinely curious what will make it happen. 92% should be celebrated. Our hard work and inclusion should be celebrated. Stop telling us to find a solution. That is your job, and lately, I've been feeling like I've been doing it for you. SROs aren't the only solution, and you continue to say that, yet you don't propose any solution. The solution should be a combination of multiple implementations because not one action will solve all school safety issues. This situation is an SRO versus program versus implementation, and which one will win in the end. If your decision is the effect of teachers and students, listen to us, and from our research, that is almost all in support. And the teachers and parents aren't the ones who can save us, it's SROs.
Thank you, Lila. Next, we have Lynn Carlisle. I'll go ahead and call Caroline McKenzie again. And after that, Nikki Kumasaka.
I'm Lynn Carlisle. I think we've hit the boiling point of tempers and fear. The last time I was here, we spoke about Officer Luigi Valencia. You told me you respected him, trusted him, wished he could be at a lot of the high schools. However, you called him a unicorn. Let's not make him a unicorn. Partner with the city of Santa Rosa and its police department. Let Officer Luigi help train and mentor SROs for all the high schools. He said that he would be willing to do this, and the police chief, who is a former SRO, said he would be the perfect person. If you are willing to let him get with the students, you've heard Montgomery, the students, you've heard them say that they had changed their minds on this whole issue, then the students
you,
are going to
Lynn.
feel safer.
Your time is
Teachers will
up.
feel.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Caroline McKenzie, followed by Nikki Kumasaka, then Adriana Arrizon. Caroline, no? Nikki? Are you Nikki? Go ahead, Nikki.
This is for my fellow teacher, Carolina Garcia Ortega. Decision makers, your decisions echo through the halls of our schools, yet how often have you walked those halls? How well do you truly understand the daily challenges faced by our students and staff? Student safety is not an abstract concept. It is a mere checkbox on some agenda. It's a commitment to fostering environments where students can thrive. Your teachers and staff are on campus working with students every day, yet your decisions and inaction show us that you really do not understand that we, school teachers and staff, have valuable insights that no report or statistic can fully capture. Every board meeting, you hear from members of the community imploring you to listen. So now I implore you to consider the impact of your decisions on the safety and education of our students. Your job is to provide a safe environment for your students and staff. Your students, staff, Santa Rosa
Thank you,
citizens,
Nikki.
families.
Your time is up. Still no Caroline. Adriana Rizon, followed by Rene Salcedo and Giancarlo Campaña.
Hello, my name is Adriana Rizon, and I'm a resident of Santa Rosa and a parent of a student at Montgomery High School. I stand in solidarity with our local NAACP branch in my community and calling for police-free schools. We must not forget that safety is not only physical safety, if we're talking about that. True safety also means addressing the emotional, mental, and spiritual safety needs of every child. I call on the superintendent to implement programs that serve the needs of our children. Invest in prevention and community programs and services that children and with their families in mind. When we talk about having police in schools, we're already too late. We already failed our children. I call on everyone here to stop criminalizing young people, stop othering us, stop dehumanizing us, and start investing in our youth, our future, your future.
Thank you, Adriana. Your time is up. So we have Rene Salcedo, followed by Giancarlo Campaña and Tammy Axthelm.
Good evening. Renee Saucedo with Raíces Collective. We work inside Santa Rosa schools to heal, empower in a culturally relevant way in Santa Rosa schools. School board, please don't do this to students of color, Latinx, Indigenous, African American, API, children and youth. These youth and their families have a unique historical relationship to law enforcement characterized by racial bias and unnecessary criminalization. And I know that some of you understand this. Having police on campuses may seem like a quick fix in uncertain and frightening times, but the consequences and impacts on a sector of the students is too high of a price to pay. You are essentially sacrificing Black and Brown and Indigenous youth to appease
Thank you, Renee. Your time is
people
up.
who just don't understand.
Next, we have Giancarlo Campagna, followed by Tammy Axelm. So again, Giancarlo Campagna, followed by Tammy Axelm, and then Angela Gigliazza or Gigliazza. Tammy? Oh. Who do we have? Tammy, okay. Go ahead, Tammy.
My name is Tammy Axelm. I'm a PE teacher at Slater Middle School. First, I'd like to highlight what Officer Luigi was able to accomplish today before lunch. During first period, he found time to come shoot hoops with some of my students. Then he was available for a student who was having a mental crisis. Then he was available for the situation I will now describe. I'm here to tell you that I had to confront a non-Slater student who was walking on our campus today, who was minutes later arrested with a knife in his possession by Officer Luigi, who was stationed at Slater. I am here to tell you that SROs on campus can make a difference, and today was another example of why we need them both for positive interactions and negative. I am also here to tell the board that while I was face-to-face with this kid, my colleague was trying to contact our office through her cell phone, which is not always successful because people have other things going on. Here's the important part. On September 28th, I sent a direct email to Anna Trunnell telling her that supervising staff does not have radios for communication, and that is a huge safety concern. On September 29th, Mr. Partico, the principal of Slater.
Thank you,
was
Tammy.
informed
Your
we'd get
time
radios.
is up. Thank you. Next, we have Giancarlo Campagna, followed by Angela Gigliazza. And after Angela, we have Rebecca Sullivan.
I'm not starting. I'm the second one up.
Who do we have up here? Go ahead, Angela.
Lewis Opportunity School and the alternative small necessary schools on our high school campuses need to return. We need off-campus locations for site-suspended students where they can receive social-emotional lessons and services, work through restorative processes, and create plans for reintegration in addition to their academics. Our independent studies program is currently capped at 125 students. The remainder go on a wait list. 232 students have applied to independent studies for this year alone. Many have either given up and are not being served or have found other opportunities for alt-ed programs outside of Santa Rosa City Schools. Students who have been involved in violent altercations at their schools are now being placed at ISP as a means to remove them from their campus. These students are taking spots away from the qualified waitlist students. You eliminated Lewis Opportunity School. This needs to return. We need small necessary schools.
Thank you,
like
Angela.
Grace,
Your time is up. Next, we have Rebecca Sullivan, followed by Noel Tamba and Kaya Bambolakis. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Sullivan. Most of you probably know me by now because you've seen me on the news. I don't have to remind you that I was the health tech who dealt with the stabbing victim on Montgomery's campus. So when I hear our board discredit the trauma that I went through, that my staff, my coworkers went through, that my students went through, when you take away that by just saying, because we want an SRO on our campus for our safety so that we don't have to experience that again. When you say you need data, I'm Mexican. My parents came from Mexico. I don't look it, but you guys will discredit me because I look light-skinned. Where does my personal experience come into account? That happened this year, 2023. Take what we're saying take it seriously. We're not here just to spit out nonsense. This is real trauma.
Thank you, Rebecca. Your minute's up. Next, we have Noel Tamba, followed by Kaya Vomvalkis, I'm sorry, I'm butchering that one. And then Olive Blaine.
Hi, I'm Noelle.
Go ahead, Noel.
Okay, I'm Noelle Tamba. First thing, biggest point, you have to support these teachers, these students. They take a lot of courage to come out here and talk. And the teachers, they need our support. They need their board behind them. They need to know that they can go to work and not have to worry about protecting their students, but teaching the students. The other point I want to make tonight is that my hope is that with all your experiences and your role as a leader in our community, that you've taken the time to work with the city's law enforcement personnel, to talk with them, that you've engaged with them, and they've learned that they're a resource. They're committed to helping and serving our city and building relationships that assist the individuals as well as the police department. Meeting with them, engaging, interacting, and working with individuals who look different, who act different. That's how change occurs. It's how views change. It's how people begin to understand another point of view and see things through the lens of another.
Thank you, Noel. Your time is up. Next, we have Kaya, followed by Olive Blaine, and then Mia Morales.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kai Von I'm a senior at Montgomery High School. Our schools are beginning to be overthrown with violence. Despite our pleas, the Board of Education has yet to take decisive and permanent action against it. Last Thursday, a student at Slater Middle School was almost stabbed. My little sister attends Slater, and I feared for her life that day. This is not fair. We have presented you with solutions to these problems, such as SROs with modifications, alternative placement, gang prevention forces, more mental health outlets, and what has been done? Nothing. I know that because nothing has truly been done until violence stops happening. Our community is expecting you to step up and take meaningful action now. It's time for you to prioritize their children's safety over bureaucratic delays. With the current level of violence, real-life trial and error must take place in order to determine the best course of action. We cannot keep wasting time. Despite our pleas for help, the board's responses have been limited to "we hear you." They say promising change will take time, but we don't have time. Lives are at stake, students are getting hurt, and we live in fear every single day. It's time for concrete actions to ensure the safety of our students.
Thank you, Kaya. Your time is up. Next, we have Olive Blaine, followed by Mia Morales, then Scott Kincaid.
I'm a sophomore at Montgomery High School. We are the students, we are the teachers, we are the parents, and we are the people. Listen to us. Please fight for school safety as much as the students who are supposed to be learning are. We have given you strong solutions to these challenges, and you still have not taken charge. If you don't want SROs on campus, then come up with a new solution. Stop saying "I hear you and I understand," because you don't. Have you ever had to send what might be your last text to your parents? Have you ever been on lockdown for hours? Have you ever feared for your life on a daily basis? What is it going to take for you to make a change? Another life? Another one of our friends? If you don't change, if you don't make a change, we will find someone who will. Vote them in and you out. Thank you.
Thank you, Olive. Next, we have Mia Morales, followed by Scott Kincaid, and then Ross Haas.
Hello, my name is Mia Morales. I'm now a junior at Montgomery, but I've been a student of the Santa Rosa City Schools District since middle school. When I entered the district at Slater, I was quick to realize how every day students were constantly feeling the need to release anger upon each other. There were times I felt threatened, and there were countless times that my friends felt threatened. I can recall a time where I rushed a frantic girl to the counseling office because she was terrified she was going to get jumped. I wondered why this was. What was the deep-rooted issue here? 4 years later, I am up here begging for a change. My brother is now a student at Slater, and I worry for him and generations to come. In less than one semester, he has experienced 2 lockdowns. That is not normal, and that should not be normalized. We are fed up. We have given you all the data you need. Is the amount of students, staff, and parents begging you for change not enough? I know you all have ears. Please listen to us when we say we need more restorative justice and when we say we need SROs long-term on campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Next, we have Scott Kincaid, followed by Ross Haas, then Megan Covey.
Good evening, board.
I just wanted to say a couple words. First, I don't quite understand how now othering police officers and law enforcement fixes the othering that many BIPOC people have had through history. I think that we need to come together. We need law enforcement and our BIPOC community to heal those wounds, to move forward. And separating law enforcement by not having SROs on campus for the first 18 years of our youth's life does nothing to solve that problem. I firmly believe that as a community, we can come together and solve these challenges. But the way that we're acting right now is not going to solve anything, and you haven't come up with any concrete solutions on how to bridge those gaps. You've heard from persons of color this evening. They've asked you for SROs. Are you discounting their voices tonight?
Thank you, Scott. Your time is up. Next, we have Ross Haas, followed by Megan Covey, and then Kristen Woodruff.
Hello, my name is Ross Hawes, sixth grade teacher at Luther Burbank Elementary and a women's soccer coach at Montgomery. I've done both of those for the last 26 years. Right now, we are in crisis. SRCS house is on fire, and we're arguing about the tools to grab to put out that fire as it continues to consume, the house continues to be consumed. SROs are another partner in the educational toolbox that we can use to help us navigate through what is arguably the most challenging time in education, certainly is in my career. This is a yes and moment. Yes to partnering with the city and public safety, and let's continue the necessary attention, questions, work that we need to do to create positive and safe relationships with communities of color, socially, economically diverse groups, and public safety. Equity is mentioned tonight. I teach my entire career, all my students have mostly always been Latino. Part of the reason why I'm here tonight for SROs is because I got a lot of scared sixth graders that are freaked out about what they read about middle schools. My kids are the first to get leaned on, recruited, bullied, asked to see which side they stand on.
Thank you,
I
Ross.
want them protected. They deserve the same protections.
Thank you, Ross. Next, we have Megan Covey, followed by Kristen Woodruff, then Brent Stewart.
My name's Megan Covey. I'm a third-year teacher, repeat, only third year. I teach at Slater Middle School. I teach 7th grade math. It's my life. Slater is my home. I was directly involved in the incident that took place last Thursday. I tried all week to write something meaningful to you guys, and I couldn't. It was too difficult, so I'm going to read a letter that one of my students gave to me on Monday upon my return to school. Dear Miss Covey, I don't know where to even start, but thank you for everything you've done for me and my safety. Thank you for being one of the best math teachers I ever had. I can't thank you enough for putting your life at risk for ours. I'm so glad that you're still here with us and able to teach us. I'm gifting you this gift to thank you for doing all that you could do to protect us. You are truly our hero.
Thank you, Ms. Covey. Next, we have Kristen Woodruff, followed by Brent Stewart, then Megan Keene.
I believe you called my name. My name is Giancarlo Campagna. I happen to be outside.
Okay, yeah, I got you right here.
Thanks.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Giancarlo.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We talk about safety. We hear some tears. We are not safe until we listen to our most vulnerable youth, until we turn to them, turn our ears, turn our hearts, turn our minds, turn our consciousness, turn our grief-stricken egos away from ourselves and turn to our youth. We must be listening to our youth. Teachers and parents are not here for them. They are here for us. Our youth are our teachers. Our youth are our safety. Do you understand this? Our brilliant, genius youth.
Thank you, Giancarlo.
Oh,
Your time
I
is
can
up.
hear it.
Thank you. Next, we've got, was Kristen Woodruff here? Not here. Okay, so then Brent Stewart, followed by Megan King, then Logan Caper.
Hello, my name is Brent Stewart. I'm a Monty parent, supporter of Safe Campus Alliance, and I fully support the permanent return of SROs to all campuses. Thank God and Anna Trinell that Officer Luigi was on site at Slater today, right? Against your wishes, she had him there to stop another tragedy on the second day back. I'm just saying, 50%, right? I could have brought all the facts and statistics to present to you, to the board, but you don't seem to care about facts. You don't seem to care about 92% of the opinions or the ad hoc committee as they presented to you. What you wanted was to flex your power when nobody was watching, when we were all at home. Some of you obviously see safety and SROs as political talking points to further your political careers. You're in the wrong on this. You're on the wrong side of history, to quote some of you. Do your job, represent the students. You need to permanently approve SROs now, like today.
Thank you, Brett.
Call for a vote.
Next, we have Megan King, followed by Logan Caper, then David Healy.
Hi, I'm Megan King, and I have been at Slater for 12 years, and it is my home, and I love what I do. As educators, we believe and understand that behavior is a form of communication, and these students displaying these challenging behaviors are calling out for a need of more support. While evidence-based interventions have shown positive results, a significant portion of our kids still need more. We cannot do more with less. We can only truly do less. Imagine being in a situation where success feels unattainable and failure is a constant companion. Would any of us willingly show up to a job we know that we are set up for failure? In the case of Slater Middle School, our students are telling us that they need more tailored understanding and opportunities for support for success. Providing alternative placements isn't the admission of defeat. It is an acknowledgement of unique needs, and it is an investment in their potential. We are reaching out to these kids, and they need to succeed by offering alternatives, by opening doors to socialized support, creating environments where students can thrive.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Next, we have Logan Caper, followed by David Healy, then Nancy Calderon.
My name is Logan Caper. I teach at Slater Middle School. In the last calendar year at Slater, we have entered full unexpected lockdowns several times. When students understand that this is not a drill, they fall silent, duck under their desks, try to be big kids and not cry in front of each other. I position myself by the door with a fire extinguisher, and I try and be a big kid and not cry in front of my students. Last Thursday, in the midst of the latest lockdown, students got texts from their friends that two peers attacked another who had a kitchen knife tucked in their waistband. They hear that their teachers and principal intervened, and we say a silent thank you that nobody got killed that day. At a recent event, I was asked to give advice to new teachers. Here it is. Do your research. Find a school district where safety is valued, where there are alternative places for students who cannot learn in a typical school environment, because that is what's happening. These students, the few that are disrupting the learning for an entire school, are not finding success in our classrooms. There is nowhere for them to find success. SRCS.
Thank you, Logan.
Will face math.
Next, we have David Healy, followed by Nancy Calderon, followed by Ana Lugo.
Hello, I'm a teacher at Slater Middle School. This is an email I sent to admin last May. 2 students are terrorizing this campus. It is not okay. Every single day, they are taking away time and energy from admin and teachers, and they are actually scaring some. They are defiant and disrespectful in every interaction. I spoke with a teacher today that feels threatened by them. They have harassed me and threatened me. I can't believe they are still on this campus. They represent a terrible trend of absolute chaos and disrespect on this campus. It's hard for me to understand how they are still at this school at this point. I am dreading next year, already thinking that they will be 8th graders and their behavior hasn't changed. Cut to 7 months later, these same 2 students entered a classroom and attacked the student, resulting in another student brandishing a large kitchen knife. Thankfully, no one died. Please support us by providing an alternate setting for students that aren't capable of thriving on our campuses.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Nancy Calderon, followed by Ana Lugo, followed by Jason Farnham. Then Ana Lugo, followed by Jason Farnham. Then Olivia McLaren.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. My name is Ana Lugo. I am a resident in your district and a resident of the city of Santa Rosa. I want to first call for the County of Sonoma, the city of Santa Rosa, and Sonoma County Office of Education to step up to this moment and be into partnership with Santa Rosa City Schools and to actually look at evidence-based practices and culturally responsive practices in talking about safety school. I also want to acknowledge that there are a lot of folks here who are expressing a lot of pain about the lack of safety in schools, and I so completely understand it, and so do many Black, Indigenous people of color, because this has been happening for as long as schools have existed. In the early 2000s, cops would place themselves at the doors of LC Allen and stop families and take their cars and terrorize students. So we totally know what it looks like to be in schools that are full of violence and also full of violence by police.
Thank you, Ana. Next, we have Jason Farnham, followed by Olivia McLaren, and then Sarah Williams. None of those people here? Yes, if you hear your name, walk up. So I got Sarah Williams, and we'll ask for Jamie Russell, then Margaret Boone.
Hi, my name is Sarah Williams. I'm the music teacher at Slater Middle School, and I love my school. We have a thriving music program. We're the only middle school with a choir. We have 2 bands, a guitar, and orchestra. We have dance, culinary, biodiversity, robotics, and countless other amazing offerings to support the interests of every student. Something that breaks my heart is that parents don't want to send their kids to Slater, where we have amazing teachers, the best principal who prioritizes safety, and many amazing hardworking students who want to learn. Our safety issues are negating everything I put my heart and soul into building. We have a school that is so unsafe that I have parents from my feeder elementary schools apologizing to me that they can't send their kids to Slater because of the reality that we're in. We need alternative education programs for students and actual consequences for students who are bringing weapons to school and jeopardizing the safety of the amazing students and school staff at Slater. Also, I would like to invite the board and all of you to come to our concert on December 19th to see what we do and the resilience of our students at Slater despite the challenges we are facing on our campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I will go ahead and call out Jason Farnham and Olivia McLaren again, and Nancy Calderon. If you're here, just come on up. But next we have Jamie Russell, Margaret Boone, and then Shelly Fitzsimmons.
Hi, I'm Jamie Russell. We have a clear problem at Monty and Slater. I know the board does not want to take action for Santa Rosa City Schools, but we need help. Is it right for our teachers to run down the street after individuals who actually have knives? We have a gang problem. Yes, we do have a gang problem. I absolutely agree, but it needs to be addressed. There's a question from the board here. What other parent programs are involved? I come to campus Tuesdays and Thursdays at lunch. I'm part of the HERD program. Tuesday, I watched Officer Luigi speak to dozens of students at lunch. That is like a 40-minute window of time. Everybody was thrilled. Doesn't matter what they look like. They were thrilled to see Officer Luigi there. We need to keep that happening. My kids aren't thrilled that I'm walking around campus on Tuesdays and Thursdays at lunch, but I'm not there for them. I'm there to be there and to be another voice. And I see all kinds of kids.
Thank
they
you,
all
Jamie.
hug me. They're so happy.
Next we have Margaret Boone, followed by Shelly Fitzsimmons and Barbara Babin.
Good evening. The experience of having a murder happen at your school is not an experience that most people have had. In fact, I challenge you to name another school in Sonoma County that's had a student murdered at school. Our current students not only had to live through a murder, they're constantly being forced to relive the murder of our student every time a knife comes on campus or even more so when we had a stabbing at Santa Rosa High and then a virtual reenactment of the crime at our feeder school Slater and another knife today at Slater. When you minimize the seriousness of the situation, you fail to acknowledge how traumatized our community is by March 1st and the ongoing violence we've had to endure. Instead, it's a lot of rhetoric about the idea that this whole situation is blown out of proportion. Other schools have violence too. Other districts are struggling too. It's the media focusing on Monty and Slater creating this false narrative. Our narrative, the one where a kid died and we had to live in constant trauma for the last 9 months, is not a false narrative. The media is not blowing it out of proportion. A child was murdered on our campus in our classroom. Since then, how many knives have been found? How many fights have broken out? How many close calls have we had?
Thank you, Margaret. So, somebody back here has like some audio. If you could turn on the volume or turn it off, please, that'd be appreciated. And then next we have Shelley Fitzsimmons, followed by Barbara
Check.
Babin, and then
Check,
Kim
check.
Stimac.
I
Or
want to take this
Stymack.
opportunity to thank Anna Chanel for being at the SCO meeting last week with our parents and listening to us and making some changes. They're small, but they are mighty so far, and we appreciate you. I have students at Montgomery and Slater, and I'm here tonight to support bringing SROs back in support on our campuses. It seemed clear that the board is not interested in bringing SROs back. So I am wondering, what else do you propose? Let's call it what it is. You guys are so embedded in politics, it's sickening, and I don't believe that you really care, but I truly hope that you prove me wrong. The community has been waiting for you to take action on sustainable and sound school safety plans, and so far, nothing. Our community is waiting for your plan. Dr. Carter, Superintendent of SCO, thank you, Dr. Carter, talked about lifting the burden on our educators. In the meantime, our teachers and administrators are stepping up and stepping in to protect students at school. They're breaking up fights, confronting unknown visitors to campuses like today at Slater. They're putting themselves
Thank
in
you,
the way of
Shelley.
danger. Please.
Thank you. Next, we have Barbara, I think it's Babin, Kim Stymack, and then Monet Bell.
Hi, my name is Kim Stimac. Enough. Can it please be enough? Teachers shouldn't be afraid to go to work. Teachers are protecting our children when they should be teaching them. Kids are afraid. It's a real fact. Please, it's enough. We all had to adapt to 9/11, to the airports. We all go through metal detectors if we're traveling. We all go through everything we have to. We need SROs. We need metal detectors, and I know that's not a familiar or a favorite thing, but we need something to help now. And I can't be eloquent, I can't be this, but I can ask you to please, because this is bad. This is just not, it's not working. And I'm looking at all of you, and I don't think anything's happening. Something happened horribly 9 months ago, and we're sitting on a time bomb, something else is going to happen. Please don't let that happen. Please, please.
Thank you, Kim. Next, we have Monet Bell, followed by Deborah Tapia de Martin, and then Susan Takami.
Hi, I'm Monet Bell. I taught at Santa Rosa High School for 7 years, and I've been at Montgomery for 8. I want to first of all say thank you to Santa Rosa City Manager for reaching out. I want to thank Superintendent Anna Tranel. Thank you for taking that meeting. It does not go unnoticed that we know that the school board has had you literally gagged and bound. Thank you for stepping up. The SROs is already paid off. Just this morning, you heard about what Luigi did. And Police Chief Cregan has already voiced his commitment to providing additional trainings for SORs. What I want to point out to you is it seems that all you care about is the bottom line as well as your egos. How much is the value of a student's life? You might want to check with pairing up with the city because more lawsuits will come at you. Blood is on your hands.
Thank you, Monet. Next, we have Deborah Tapia de Martin, followed by Susan Takami, and then Juan Torres.
So it's sometimes hard from that angle to actually see people's faces. I can see it here, right? So I'm paying attention to people.
Okay.
This is hard.
Okay, Deborah, go ahead. Deborah, please allow the public comments to go on, please. Thank you. Deborah, please.
Hi, my name is Deborah Tapia de Martin, and I think this is such a difficult topic because what looks to safety when you close your eyes is not the same that it looks to me. And that it's a problem in itself that I don't think we're gonna resolve here right now, but that is a reality. You know, and what it looks like a bully to you, in your head, it looks completely different from me. And yes, we're a very tiny minority, but that means that we can be dismissed easily. Because that's what I'm feeling. You're just less than 8%. What you think, what you feel doesn't count because you're the minority. So I would like to know, what are we doing to address the needs of those students and communities that have been marginalized and harmed for so long?
Thank you, Deborah. Next, we have Susan Takami, followed by Juan Torres, then Tess Caldwell. Go ahead, Juan. Turn on the mic, please.
Juan Torres. I am the father of 2 children that are going through school.
Mr. Torres, can you hold for one moment? I want to be able to start your time over. Thank you.
So like I said, I have kids in school. I have my wife who's a teacher. But I'm an immigrant, and I see a little bit of a different perspective. I'm still afraid, just like everyone else. But police are not the only option. There's plenty of resources that are out there. I see city officials here that oversee the police department, and a budget that kind of targets mental health. If someone kind of gets arrested, even if they don't get convicted, it's a pipeline to ICE. Down the line, if they want to become a US citizen, those things impact them. The decisions that we make here today impact individuals for the rest of their lives. We're afraid, but we have a responsibility to provide services for everyone. Everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Just really quick, I did hear somebody question like ICE. ICE stands for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So next we have Susan Takami, followed by Tess Caldwell, and then Denia Candela. There was no Susan, I forgot. So Tess Caldwell, then Denia, and then Kelsey Rivera.
Hi, my name is Tess Caldwell. Thank you for having me here tonight. And I specifically want to say thank you to every single student who found the courage to use their voice today. I was once a student too. I attended Annalee High School through an outer district transfer. And I realized that the conversation you are all having is a conversation that never existed at my school, a school that was primarily white. I realized that there are issues that exist within the Santa Rosa City School District that did not exist in the school that I attended. And I'm beginning to realize the older that I get and the more that I hear from the voices of the youth, that this is because the differences in our privileges of where we were able to attend high school. I would like to reiterate the voices of many others here that police on campuses are not the decision. There are mental health care providers. There are other resources. There are better educations, more community outreach, and more connectedness with our students that can build these gaps, fill these gaps that have been created for far
Thank you,
too long.
Tess. Next, we have Denia Candela, followed by Kelsey Vera, and then Kelly Zamudio. Any of those folks here? Denia Candela, Kelsey Vero, Kelly Zamudio. Please state your name.
Just real quick for the students who are leaving right now, probably because it is a school night, and just want to say thank you so much for contributing to this discussion. Your voice needs to be elevated in front and center. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sheffield. Go ahead and please state your name. Thank you. Go ahead, Kelsey.
I'm with the North Bay Organizing Project's Police Accountability Task Force. We oppose bringing police back onto school campuses because the need for safety is real and the physical and mental well-being of the students should be centered. As the board, you must prioritize the most vulnerable, even if unpopular, because they will always be in the minority. Policies must be evidence-based and not in service of security theater. This is not a majority vote. It must be driven by facts. It is a fact that marginalized groups, especially Black and Brown students, are disproportionately harmed by police, and yet they are not centered in this debate. Instead, the feelings of mostly white parents and students are forefront. School resource officer is a euphemism. Training or no training, they're just cops that are authorized to use physical force, carry a lethal weapon, have license to kill, and have immunity from consequences if they violate civil rights. Their presence enhances the school to prison pipeline. When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. In 2020, many promises to address systemic racism were made that are now being broken. We ask that the root causes of violence be examined and upstream solutions that would provide real safety be considered instead of choosing.
Time, I'm sorry. Thank you, Kelsey. Next, we have Kelly Zamudio, followed by Diana Kingsley, and then followed by Nico Kim. We have Kelly, or Diana, or Nico. What's your name up there in the top?
I'm Diana Kingsbury.
Go ahead, Diana.
Okay, thanks. I'm Diana Kingsbury, a Santa Rosa resident and organizer. We at the North Bay Organizing Project stand with the NAACP Santa Rosa Sonoma branch in calling for police-free schools. Volunteering in restorative justice for 2 years showed me that the police in our community disrespected and demeaned Spanish-speaking families. The police in our community planted incriminating evidence on a young person of color, and the law enforcement in our community brutally killed a child named Andy Lopez and then was promoted. Cops on campus do not make students safe. They put students of color in danger. Right now, youth anxiety in our community and beyond is on the rise. Their families are struggling, their wages are low, their rents are high, and mental health care is often inaccessible. Cops on campus do nothing to address the root causes of both fear and violence. We at the North Bay Organizing Project are addressing root causes, and we will fight for real safety for all youth and families in Sonoma County. We invite you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Next, I have Nico, followed by Isabel Lopez and Jasmine Gudino.
Hello, my name is Nico. I go to Santa Rosa High School. In the past week, they introduced police officers that are not trained for campus to the campus. They are most likely to escalate a situation, have guns on campus, just makes me feel far less safe. And I'd like to say, how does a police officer cost so much, or metal detectors, or any of these solutions cost so much, versus when we have one police officer, we could be getting campus supervisors and restorative justice people on campus, helping people with those mental health issues, helping watch the campus. Montgomery has 1,500 students, and you say you represent them with a 600-person survey, of which you took the race survey afterwards, even though it's a critical issue for SRO. Anger isn't fixed in fear. A police officer won't stop someone from being angry. It'll just suppress it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Next, we have Isabel Lopez, followed by Jasmine Gudino, then Ana Horta. You turn the mic on, please.
Good evening, board. My name is Isabel Lopez, and I'm a parent of a Santa Rosa City School student. I'm here to stand with our local NAACP, Raices Collective, North Bay Organizing Project, METRA students, and Student Youth Activist Club at Santa Rosa High School in calling for police-free schools. I call on the superintendent and board to implement programs that serve our children's needs. What we do know is that officers use intimidation and physical force to restrain youth. Between 2011 and 2021, there were over 200 incidents of police assaults in schools. 91% involved students of color. What we do know is that 70% of school-related arrests involved Black and Latinx students, and that youth are stigmatized and alienated upon returning to school. So I do ask that you all, thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Next, we have Jasmine Gudino, followed by Ana Horta, then Karim Sanchez.
Hi, I'm a resident of Santa Rosa and a district alum and auntie to 3 current district students. I stand with our local NAACP branch and the children that I love and calling for police-free schools. Young people experience harm for both law enforcement abuse of power and over-criminalization of normal teen behavior and associations. School personnel also deploy SROs to respond to student misbehavior and maintain order in classrooms, hallways, and lunchrooms. School policing has its own racialized history since the first documented program in the United States, with a common thread, the perception of Black, brown, and other students of color as a threat rather than as students to protect. Students of color don't want to be and should not be viewed with constant suspicion and fear, becoming targets of more aggressive policing in and outside of school. We talk a lot about physical safety in schools, but not enough about the psychological, emotional, and cultural safety. We talk about interventions of the symptoms, but not enough about the fundamental inequities.
Thank you, Jasmine. Next, we have Ana Horta, followed by Karim Sanchez, and then Carla, I'm sorry, I can't read all the name. It's Wickovi or something like that. I'm sorry. Do we have Ana Horta here? Karim Sanchez, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Karim Sanchez. I'm a parent of a student at Montgomery High School, and I'm also here as the part of a coalition of community organizations and members of our community who do not want to see SROs back at our schools. I used to be very regular at these meetings, but it has been years since I came here back, maybe almost 10 years ago now. I was speaking and leading efforts to implement restorative justice, because at that time, Santa Rosa City Schools was expelling, suspending students at alarming rates in the hundreds. It was 200 plus students a year who were being expelled, who were predominantly Latino, who were mostly men. And this was an issue that was near and dear to my heart because I was kicked out of my school and I experienced the school to prison pipeline.
Thank you, Karim. Still no Ana Horta, Carla, man, I can't read the name. Wikivis, and then Mary Lehman, Stephanie Taylor, and then Marie Brett. Anybody? I'm just calling them out. That one. Holden Williams. Okay, so we'll go with Mary.
Hello, I had a student approach me and asked me to read something tonight, but because all the students are here, I found a student that's going to read it for him.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm a student from Santa Rosa High. I was the kid who got injured by accident at the Jacobs Park 4 years ago. My life has changed since that day, and it was an event that was gang related. I wanted to say thank you to Ms. Trinnell for making big changes in our school. It is really hard and complicated. She's trying to do the best she can for our schools. Something I wanted to share with you is really hard for students, not only for me to feel safe in schools. The truth is we have a lot of students involved in gangs and they are recruiting more students. Fights are happening in restrooms and there's no supervision. Students are selling drugs and they can't, and you wouldn't believe how easy it is to get it. We need more campus supervision and counselors that really care about students. I wanted to clarify that not all counselors are the same, but some of them really care about us. Due to the trauma I've experienced, it is really hard for me to be in school, and I really hope we can do something together for our schools. Board members, I really hope you can work as a team and get the police officers back in campus. We need our teachers, staff, and most important, students to feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephanie Taylor, followed by Marie Brett, and then Holden Williams.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Taylor, and I am one of the leaders of Safe Campus Alliance. And over the past few months, we have come together to help lift up the voices of students, teachers, and administrators, and to really listen and learn. And I implore the board to do the same in the way that you are able to collaborate and engage with our community partners. Through this project and focus, I have had many conversations throughout the community, and I believe that the problem currently is that we are not sitting at the table and talking together about solutions. I am here to say that we are going to continue to show up and be here until we are able to find a solution. And I believe that that starts with putting our differences aside and coming to the table to work on programs that can be successful. I thank Anna Turnell and Jeremy for having this on the agenda tonight, because this is a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next, we got Marie Bratt, followed by Holden Williams, then Alyssa Collins. Marie here, no? Holden Williams. And after that, we'll have, looks like Gabriel Smith. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Holden, and I think we can all agree that safety is the #1 priority we all have for our schools right now. And I think the primary factor which we need to focus on when there's any sort of disagreement, discourse, or violence is what the root cause is. And I think a primary way to discover what this is with restorative specialists and restorative justice. At Santa Rosa High School, we have Johnny, who is our new restorative specialist, and he has already helped us become so much more of a community. And I think in a time like this, it's really important for us to all invest in ourselves and further build our community so that these disagreements and acts of violence can be prevented. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Holden. Next, we have Alyssa Collins, followed by Gabriel Smith, then Kenneth Prosser, and Lucrezia Richard Dooley.
Hello, my name is Lucrezia Richard Dooley. I'm the mom of 2 students in Montgomery. One graduated a few months ago, or one is a sophomore. So we lived the tragedy last year. A few days ago, I asked my daughter a question. Do you think that if they search every student in the school today, they would find a weapon? I think everybody should ask itself this question. You know the answer. We need to make the schools safer.
Thank you, Lucrezia. Gabriel Smith, Kenneth Prosser, Kelly Materi. What's your name, sir?
Kenneth Prosser.
Okay, go ahead, Kenneth.
Yes, I've been a pediatrician in Santa Rosa for 32 years. It's been fun. A large part of my job is advocating for the safety of children. Tonight, I'm here advocating for the safety of our students. And I could think of things to say that are based on my professional experience. However, I can't think of anything more important than the requests of our teachers. What more could we possibly need? They're the lifeblood of everything here that we're talking about tonight. Do we need any more than the requests of what our teachers are needing? We need to have a safe environment. And while we get the safe environment, then we can work on all the other things. but please act now. Let's get this thing under control. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Next, we have Kelly Materi, followed by Jesus Hernandez, then Jody Curry, I believe.
Fear and rage have brought people here tonight. They get a bad reputation, but fear and rage are essential to survival. But fear and rage, they sharpen our focus on sources of danger and they move us to action. But fear and rage lead us drastically astray if they aren't tempered by love and reason. Love demands we would consider the impact of our actions on ourselves and on others. Reason keeps us on the rails, ensuring we reach safety effectively. I'm a mother of a Santa Rosa City School student. I'm terrified, I'm enraged, and I won't be quiet. But with both love and reason clearly and definitively point to providing students and educators with the depth and breadth of support they need. That means mental health supports, trauma-informed practices, provided in a setting with smaller teacher to student ratios, counselor to student ratios, and administrator to student ratios. Research tells us over and over and over again that these are the moves that will protect all.
And I'd just like to remind folks, when you hear your name, walk up to the microphone, okay? Jesus Hernandez, followed by Jody Curry, then Adina Flores.
We're just getting a translator.
Thank you. Could we, we'll extend the time for the translation. ¿Puede prender el micrófono, por favor? Gracias.
Sí, gracias. Buenas noches, me llamo Jesús Hernández, soy padre de familia de una estudiante aquí en Santa Rosa. He escuchado bastante de todos, tanto de la mesa directiva como los estudiantes y los padres.
Good evening. My name is Jesus Hernandez. I'm a parent of a student here at Santa Rosa City Schools, and I have heard a lot of what parents and students have said this evening.
El detalle es de que los estudiantes, tanto como los estudiantes y los maestros y la facultad, ocupan un lugar seguro, sea con policías o no.
The important thing is that students, students and faculty need a safe place to be at, whether it's with school resource officers or not.
Así es que la combinación de cualquier programa que ustedes de la mesa directiva salgan, la pregunta es, ¿cómo nos vamos a dar nosotros cuenta? ¿Cuál es la fecha y cómo nos enteremos de esos detalles?
The point is, as family, we want to know what the decision will be, how is this going to be communicated, and how are we going to know a timeline with regards to what the decision is.
Por favor, no tarden en esto. Es una cosa muy seria. Necesitamos componer esto lo más pronto posible.
Please don't delay on this. This is a very sensitive situation, and we need to know an answer as soon as possible.
Gracias, Jesus. Next, we have Jody Curry, followed by Adina Flores. So Jody Curry, followed by Adina Flores, then Bay Jones.
Good evening, board. I want to thank Rebecca Sullivan for being there the day a child died in one of our schools. I was 2,000 miles away visiting another daughter when that situation happened, and I reached out to Rebecca. I want to thank every parent and every teacher and every administrator that is here tonight that will return to these schools in an unsafe environment. They do not get paid enough to be paid to be a police officer. I am the mother of a student at Montgomery. I am the wife of a police officer, and he is a Black man. I understand discrimination. This isn't about discrimination. This is about lives being lost. And when I was 2,000 miles away, I was devastated. But the only thing that could have devastated me even more was that if there was a loss of my child. I see on your Facebook page, you are a politician. This isn't the place for politics. This is a place for education.
Thank you, Jody. Next we have Adina Flores, followed by Bay Jones, then Ben Urias.
Good evening. I'm Adina Flores. I'm the former executive assistant to this board and superintendent. As a protected whistleblower, I was illegally forced out in January for echoing the concerns of the parents. The board only is serving in this capacity so they can push political agendas. The nonprofit groups that are here tonight were personally invited and are close colleagues or family members of the school trustees. For example, Ms. Isabel Lopez, Executive Director of Raíces Collective, is here this evening. She is the aunt of Trustee Manieri. She shared a mortgage with Ms. De La Cruz, and she was arrested in August 2020 because she got a DUI for hitting a police car while intoxicated. Now Raíces is contracted with the school district. I've asked how a felon can be receiving tax dollars, especially from the equity office, Ms. De La Cruz. How is federal funding going to somebody who was incarcerated? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adina. Next we have Bay Jones, followed by Ben Urias, then Ana Diaz.
Hi, good evening. There is a small group of youth who need mental health care, secure housing, restorative practices, and academic interventions to close their learning gaps. I am here to help support the move of a long-term safety plan draft into a finalized plan with practices and procedures that break the predictability of harm that is disproportionately impacting our youth of color. I appreciate data and I appreciate rational review of facts. I am here to work with other parents on a long-term plan. I want to be part of the solution because my kids are growing up here and with your kids. And I want this to be a safe, loving place for all of us and for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Next we have Ben Urias, followed by Ana Diaz, then Maria Posey.
Hi, I'd like to say my name is Benjamin Urias. I'm a student at Montgomery High School. And first off, I'd like to say thank you to all the board members for being here and considering all that everyone has to say and understand. I understand how much stress all of you are going through and how to make the right decisions. So just listen to what I have to say, please. I voted against having SROs on the campus at Montgomery High School, and I'd like to say I'm still against them. Yet, someone like Luigi has made that change for me, specifically somebody like Luigi. I understand that there's not every SRO as Luigi and that not every SRO will be like Luigi, but I understand that what he brought and what he did is needed. Whether that's more modified SROs or something else entirely, I simply would like to keep kids safe. I feel that we should have more direct involvement with the students, and I feel that it's very important that we all have everyone's opinion accounted for and valued. Please consider moving forward and not moving at all. Think about having, I read that already, sorry. Just try and come to an outpoint that makes everyone happy. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Benjamin. Next we have Ana Diaz, followed by Maria Posey, then Paul Bentul. Kyle, sorry. Go ahead, Ana.
My name's Anna Diaz and I am from Roseland. I am a school board trustee-elect for the Roseland School District, served on a city board appointed by Eddie Alvarez and a volunteer overall in Roseland. But today I'm speaking as a former student of this district and a Thea. I want to start off by stating that I am disappointed by a local nonprofit who rallied up students to come today when a student expressed that she supports law enforcement, and as her relative is a good officer, she was told that she was against her raza. She called me crying. I am a proud Chicana who attended Cook, got kicked out of Cook, and attended Slater Middle School and graduated from Elsie Allen. I was incarcerated as a juvenile and as an adult, house arrest, probation, you name it. I have lived experiences as a troubled youth who lived in one of the most disadvantaged sides of Santa Rosa the entirety of my whole life. If it wasn't for my previous SROs and his efforts to make me see that there was more to life than the hood, I do not know where I would be today. My class nominated our SRO to be our keynote
Thank you,
speaker,
Anna.
and I still.
Next. Next, we have Maria Posey, followed by Paul Van Tile and Ashley Bell.
Well, it sounds like somebody had been cut off. They didn't have a radio to communicate today if there was an issue. That's a serious problem. I don't think any of you would go walk around campus all day and sit there. I mean, at this point, I've just given up on you guys completely. So I want to talk to the kids that all got up and left because they have school tomorrow. I hope you guys are watching this. And I'm glad the parents are actually showing up at this point. The kids I know are going to pull it together, and I want to see those kids pull it together and get a recall started. Let's get them all out of there. Let's start with the president who put a call out to not have SROs. The president up there that they sat up there today, Omar, he has it up there. Go look on all the websites and everything. It's like North Bay projects or something. Yeah, he doesn't want the cops there. So why don't you guys start the recall and start with the president? Because on top of that, he wants to run for a board of supervisor. Yeah, this is what he's doing right now. So let's get on it.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Maria. Next, we have Paul Van Tile, followed by Ashley Bell, then William Clementi.
Good evening, Board of Directors and Superintendent Trunell. My name is Paul Van Tile, and I am a 22-year teacher at Montgomery High School and a freshman parent. I want to start off by saying I do not think that I am naive enough to think that school resource officers are going to fix all our problems. But you have asked us on many, many occasions to develop friendships, relationships with our students. And in many cases, it takes time. The school resource officer is not there to stop everything, it's to provide us the time. We need all of the solutions that have been suggested tonight, all of them, not just one. I would like to point out the irony, though. You knew this was going to be a heavily attended meeting, and you brought the fire marshals, law enforcement officers.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have Ashley Bell, followed by William Clementi.
Ashley Bell, Santa Rosa High School. Teachers asked for help before the first of our students died. We asked for SROs to return because we thought it might prevent some of this, but now I think we need SROs. We have a faster reaction time for the violence that's already happening. There are no easy or quick solutions to the problems our schools face. Schools are not equipped to solve these problems. We already do way more than schools have ever done. I do not believe that I have the ability to stop a student who is determined to hurt another from doing that. And I don't believe I should be expected to jump between them when they might be armed. We're going to need more than policy change, but I'm not going to ask the board to change this policy anyways. We need help. We need to support all levels of learners in our schools so they can earn a diploma and earn a living wage so they don't have to turn to other methods to make money. We need alt ed. We need smaller class sizes at all levels. We need to pay CSCA and SRTA more. The list is long. I refuse to be a martyr. I refuse to police my students, especially for teacher pay. But I also refuse to watch and wait for one of my students to die. How many students have to be hurt before we change
Thank you,
our
Ashley.
minds?
Next, we have William Clementi, and that's our final card.
My name is William Clementi. I'm a senior at Montgomery. The true debate shouldn't be school resource officers versus other programs. The real debate is action versus inaction. You care more about abstract data than real student and teachers' voices, many being people of color. We don't need more research and acronyms. We need action. We need action now. We need action tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, William. So now this comes back to the board for discussion. Anybody want to take lead? Anybody want to move on? What's next? Or Jeremy, go ahead.
I do want to speak, but if any of the board wants to speak on this, I don't mind going last since I've already spoken.
Go for it, Jeremy.
Once again, thank you for everybody being here tonight. I'm here to say that we can no longer hold and remain patient. We do not have the luxury to modify a program that currently does not exist. We need to enact positive action and not wait for more pain to react. The time is now for change. I appreciate the voices from both perspectives of this very important matter. Everything that's been brought to the table tonight is valid, is true, and deserves the utmost respect in our time and attention. At this time, I do put forth a motion that we allow the exploration and immediate implementation of an SRO pilot program cooperatively with Santa Rosa City Schools, the City of Santa Rosa, and SRPD to address all the voices at the table's concerns and needs while we build a sustainable program we can all be proud of and support.
There's a motion at the table. Is there a second?
Want to hold on a second, and there's a couple of things that I want to say.
Go ahead, Mr. Sheffield.
I want to bring up statistics. You don't want to hear statistics. And please wait. I want to address the students. We've heard from many tonight. I don't want to discredit the trauma that the students and the families and the staff have felt since last school year. I could talk about statistics, but it's not going to go anywhere. I can tell you the reality that people of color in this community, you heard from folks from Sonoma County NAACP, North Bay Organizing Project. It's not a conspiracy to have these people in the room because these are people who speak to the interests of the minority in this community. I'm going to say that we need to do something. And Jeremy, you're right. We need a policy solution. We need an action because we can't keep doing this. It's a disruption. We can't focus on anything else in this community. When week after week, we have an incident. And these incidences are what is hurting us. It's what's traumatizing us. 8% of the population, it's a small number. But we have a responsibility as board members to address the needs and the safety and the concerns of all of our students. If it was 1%, we still have a responsibility to address those needs. I'm willing to go somewhere in taking a step. We ended this conversation in 2020 with recommendations. And a lot of those recommendations were expressed by you, the students, and by the parents in the conversations that I've had with folks in the community, with our chief. And again, there needs to be some type of action because inaction is just going to keep this going. Please. It is really hard to be a leader of color in this community because you face crowds like this who might understand or speak to understand the issue, but you've never lived it. I have kids that go to our schools. My kids don't look like me. My wife doesn't look like me. They don't understand the issues, okay? When you talk about 8%, and you have to back it up with groups in the community, because we have to pull together to get representation, okay? We're going to be overshadowed by the voices. We're going to be overpowered by the forces in the community that have been well-established and have been here for a long time. That's the reality of being a person of color in Sonoma County. It's a reality that I face. I've worked in government. I've lived in this community for 20 years, okay? So giving in to a proposal, being overpowered by voices, and forces that are well dug in is something that I've lived with. I've lived with it my whole life, right? So at least understand that. And at least understand that we have a whole lot of work to do. We have a proposal, a recommendation for a pilot. I'm willing to agree to a pilot. We need to define this pilot. We need to take some type of action before we start back up at the next school year. I think that we should be listening to those students and those folks in the community who spoke out with their real concerns around SROs, and that's a start. I don't think it's something that we can jump right into. I can't Thanos snap, a reality that's not there, is that having an SRO on all of our campuses is going to solve this problem, but we need to take some type of action. I'm going to hold on a motion because I know there are others who want to speak.
Before we move on, board members, would anyone object to a student speaking that I accidentally skipped? I believe it was a student, Eva Trujillo. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Ava. I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School. On the last safety plan, social emotional learning was listed as one of the top priorities, but what does that look like? As a student, while there are counselors and therapists, there are not enough. There are not enough supports to stop children from falling through the cracks. To deal with it, it is necessary that teachers and staff get better pay. If you want high quality staff and you want to keep them, you must pay them well. We're currently in a teacher crisis where they are leaving because they're not paid enough to cover the cost of living in California. You have the money to spend, do not spend it on TVs that no one wants. Teachers are not paid to deal with school violence. They got their job because they want to help children, not be a police officer. Also, going to school and learning about a stabbing at school and not learning about a stabbing at school until the end of the day is terrifying. There need to be better ways to communicate what is happening to students so we're not caught like deer in headlights when there's an active threat on campus.
Thank you, Ava. Your time is up. Now back to the board. Is there second or further discussion? Trustee McNally, then trustee De La Cruz, then trustee Flores.
So I'd like to ask that you listen to my entire comment and not jump to a conclusion about what stance I'm taking, because I don't know yet what my stance is. I've heard some conflicting ideas tonight, and I have my own conflicting thoughts. And so I'm really wanting to talk through those thoughts and be in open dialogue with this board. And I want to start by saying that I have the utmost respect for my colleagues on the board, for their lived experiences and for their knowledge of equity and racial justice. And I'm very aware of my positionality as a white woman on this board and as a teacher in education. So it's with a lot of caution and a lot of heaviness thinking about my students and their experiences that I approach this conversation, but I do feel that it needs to be approached, that we need to address what you all are saying. And I know the data. I've read the studies that show how SROs contribute to the school to prison pipeline, how they can be harmful to students of color. And in an ideal world, we wouldn't have police in schools because we wouldn't need them, because we would be addressing the factors that are leading to the need, to the violence, the behaviors, because behavior is communication. These students are not having their needs met. Sorry, I'm working through my thoughts. In an ideal world, we would not need police in schools. But I also know that we're not living in an ideal world right now. We are in a reality right now where students are feeling unsafe now. Their education is being impacted now. And I take that very seriously. And so that is why we're here discussing this. And I also, I'm sort of posing these ideas to the board to hear their thoughts as well. The studies that I've read were on SRO programs that did not include the modifications that we've seen presented. And they sound like great modifications. You know, I would like to see very clearly defined roles of what an SRO, what they can intervene in, what their role is, and our oversight, you know, procedures for if there is an issue with an SRO, and data collection, as Director De La Cruz has talked about. We don't have data on the impact of SROs in our community, but if we were to revisit a program, we could collect it. So I'm open to this idea. I'm open to exploring it with the modifications. That does mean that it would not happen instantly. We need well-trained SROs like Officer Luigi. So even in our need, our desire for fast fixes, this is not going to be that. And I hate that. So we need to also be thinking of other solutions. And I want to go back to that 8%. I do want to recognize that because I think as elected officials, it is part of our role to protect the minority. And we had a speaker who talked about how the decision we make tonight impacts kids for the rest of their lives. So
Roxanne made a request earlier when she started to just let her talk. So I really hope that we can continue respecting each other's space to speak, right? So thank you.
So I'd like us to have this discussion, and I like Director De La Torre's idea of opening an exploration of what kind of an agreement we could come to, what kinds of modifications we could make. I think I would want us to come back to the students once we've decided what that would look like, to see what the students think of that. And I know that would take more time, but I think we need to be really cautious with anything that has an impact on our students of color.
Trustee De La Cruz, you're up next.
This is bigger than us, and this requires partnerships that go beyond political comfort and personal comfort in this county, and that are really grounded in shared values. And I'm grateful that this board, working together, has really developed that set of shared values that has grounded us in, you know, the way that we make decisions and how we respect each other. This solution also requires growth beyond old, tired strategies that we know in our bodies and in the data that reflects those experiences, right? This is not a solution that works, having cops in schools. I want to lift up a couple of things that we have lost inside of our schools that reflected some of these powerful partnerships in the past, working with the county. We used to have a program called the Crisis Assessment Prevention and Education Team, working in partnership with County Behavioral Health. That resulted in a really clear connection, not to an after-school program, but to behavioral health services and family support services when the child was in crisis. We've lost that. This is about time to redevelop that connection. This is about continuing to have powerful conversations with our partners at the city. I'm grateful for the way that City Manager Markeisha Smith has reached out and offered resources. And I want to lift up again the powerful work that the city is doing to not criminalize mental health and people experiencing homelessness and houselessness on our streets, but recognizing that that also is not a solution for that, and bringing those kinds of programs like In Response, not only to our streets, but also to our schools, to ensure that safety of kids without criminalization. The other thing that I really want to lift up is the cost, and the cost to the district of sending our very scarce resources to another agency that we have no control over, that is not us, that is not our constituents, that is outside of our control. And so my pilot proposal is to pilot an alternative school setting for the small number of kids that we're hearing about are not reacting well to our schools. Let's find a place for them. Please let me finish. Let's find a place for them that starts to heal, that starts to address the underlying root causes that we know are what is causing this fear, this violence, and this disruption to our educational experiences for our kids. That kind of pilot keeps money inside of our system to help us build our resilience and to learn best practices that are really data proven, right? We're going to rely on educational experts throughout the country who show that this is what works to stop violence. Violence does not stop violence. Guns does not stop violence. Fear does not stop violence. Love stops violence. Understanding and connection stops violence. We have everything we need here in this community. I believe that. And I also believe that working together with all of you that share differing opinions than the ones that I have from my lived experiences and my professional experiences and expertise, right? We can do that together. But we also have to model for our kids what it looks like to be able to work through disagreement that doesn't include screaming at each other. And it doesn't include interrupting when we disagree, right? Our kids are watching us, you guys. They watch the way that we treat each other, right? They're watching us. So let's pilot something that looks different, that feels different, and that goes to some of those root causes. So I really want to push forward on a pilot for alternative placements. I want to push forward for smaller class sizes. I want to push forward on all of those things that are an investment in our systems, an investment in our teachers and our counselors. I want our money to make sure that we are paying living wages to our educators, not to law enforcement. Their jobs are not to educate. Our jobs are to educate. That's what our resources are supposed to, our resources have to go to that purpose. And I really want to work with all of the folks in our community to make sure that we are doing the best we can with what we have in front of us, and that we're being really directed by best practices, by love, by respect, by shared understanding. Please take ethnic studies. Understand the root causes of these systems. No, be educated. Be educated in our history. Don't dehumanize. I do think you haven't. When you talk about othering law enforcement, that's a very clear marker that you have not studied the work that allows for people of color to be centered and to recognize the historical harm that we are trying to solve right now. Our kids are reacting this way because they have been harmed, because they do not trust us, because they do not feel connected to their teachers and to their classrooms. Those are the root causes, and healing those root causes are what's going to get us to a different place. I want to say something. In order to lead, you have to work on your own healing. right? I don't make this decision because I have experienced trauma at the hands of law enforcement. I have, but I've also worked through that. I've worked through that with mental health services and therapy and love and institutions that can hold that history that I have had and also help me dream about something different than being stuck in that harm, than being stuck in that old, tired feeling of disempowerment and of old stuff, right? We have to heal. Healing is what is going to make us imagine something different than moving backwards to something that we know has caused historical and current harm. So I am not supportive of a pilot program that takes resources out of our system and away from our teachers and our counselors. I am supportive of a pilot project that really allows us to dig deep into developing alternatives that are going to work right now. We have the capacity, we have the space to create alternative systems within Santa Rosa City Schools tomorrow. We can pull out these kids. Yes, yes. Please, please, don't yell. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I just have to say thank you to everyone who's been here. And I just want to remind folks that this is how we conduct business, right? So if you want us to make a motion and go for it, we have to go through our own process, just like you have. And this is the only time that we have as a school board to discuss this publicly. Otherwise, it will be a violation of the Brown Act. So this is how we need to process it to come to a resolution. So just bear with us. And I know it's frustrating because a lot of you have been waiting for a really long time. And for that, I apologize. But we do need to stress that this is the only time that we have as a school board because I, as an individual, cannot make a decision for the entire board. So if the suggestion that Trustee De La Torre has any merit, we need to make sure that we discuss it here and we process it to come out with a resolution. If I find, the solutions or resolutions that Trustee Maneri came up with, or Trustee McNally, or Trustee De La Cruz, I have to process that because this is the first time I'm hearing this as a body, and I need to make that decision. So I just want to say thank you for being out there and waiting. I also want to say that I've heard all of you tonight. I mean, I took copious notes of what you've gone through, the trauma that we have gone through as a community. It's unbelievable. It's completely unbelievable. And we react and address it and deal with it differently, right? So anger, it's part of it, right? And that we have to go through it to get to a place where we can work together and come to a resolution that will work not just for the next month or 6 months, but for the foreseeable future. And just like Trustee McNally, I am hearing you and I'm hearing the rest of my trustees here because I want to make up my own decision as to what to do next, okay? So thank you, and thank you, Trustee De La Cruz. So I would like, I just would like to reiterate the fact that I am listening to the proposition that was given by Trustee De La Torre and the proposition that was given by Trustee De La Cruz, right? And I would like to add something else, right, to a recommendation that since this is more than just us, I would like the district to discuss this with our city partners as to what sort of recommendations you as a district, we as a district, and the city can come up with. All recommendations. The ones that we like and the ones that we don't like. But I would like this to be a collaborative effort between the district and the city. And I really do not like the finger pointing that has been happening from one side to the other, right? Because we are hurting one of our students, one of our kids was murdered, okay? It is not time for finger pointing. And I detest the fact that that happened, right? And the fact that people are finger pointing as to will the corporates. We need to work together to find a resolution to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So I'm asking the district to, and the 3x3 committee that we have created with the city of Santa Rosa to come out with recommendations to tell us what to do next in conjunction, in partnership with them, not against them. And I'm gonna ask to my city friends and officials to stop the finger pointing. Let's work together because this is not helping anyone. I want to say thank you to SCO. I don't necessarily agree with some of the Dr. Carter's recommendations, but I appreciate the fact that you came here and you gave us your point of view. Okay, Dr. Jones, thank you also for your very loving sort of 1 minute speech as to what we need to do. But this is what we need to do: come together, opposing views, and come with a resolution that will work for all of us. So that is my recommendation that I'm asking the district to do at this point as a elected official to Santa City Schools to move forward as a body, and our 3 elected officials who are representing us, that's Trustee De La Cruz, President Medina, and Trustee De La Torre, who are part of that committee to come out with some sort of resolutions for us to work with in conjunction with the city. Thank you.
Trustee Manieri,
Thank you.
and then De La Torre.
Thank you. I have been giving this a lot of thought over this entire year, to be honest. And I have some recommendations. You know, I am listening, and it's painful to hear that we haven't, or maybe that's just my sentiment, because I absolutely have, and we're a body of 7. And we have to make a collective decision. I alone cannot make, none of us can make a decision alone. But I also have some recommendations, and they also involve what a potential SRO program may or may not look like. But before I get there, I want to acknowledge that Anna, you and your team have done so much over not just since March, I mean, since you've taken the reins. There has been so much change in our system and so many amazing things happen. And I just want to validate that because I see it. I really do. And I know it's hard. I know it's hard to see it, but I just want to say that I do. And at the same time, I know that there's so much more that we still need to do. And so I have some recommendations, and these recommendations come from a place of listening to our students, listening to parents, talking to experts, talking to mental health care practitioners, restorative practitioners. I mean, it's a collection that I've been mulling over. And so I'm just going to list them. So the first recommendation that I have, the first ask I have, is to have a better understanding of our restorative programs. I'd like to see data around how we are implementing this program, what the outcomes are, where the gaps may be, where we can invest in this program, in these programs, and our people. It's amazing to hear how much we've come just in a few months with this program. And so I really want to see where we are. That's my first recommendation. The next is I would really love for SCO to come back. I asked about this earlier, but I would really love a presentation, a dialogue around what SCO can provide. I mean, I know there was a list, but I want to dive in deeper. And I specifically want to get to know the student school culture and partnerships department and the behavioral health and well-being departments. And I would love for you all to come back and for us to continue this conversation. I would also like to better understand our MTSS counselors' roles and responsibilities. You know, they play a really big part in the response in our schools, and so I want to know how they're doing this and and what they do. It's something that I don't fully understand, and I want to better understand that. I also would like for the district to look into the APA program. This is an evidence-based program. I've recently learned about it and just dived really deep into it, and I won't get into the details for the sake of time, but I would love for our district to look into this program to increase access for our students to mental health care services that are culturally responsive and involve the whole family. I'd also like to see the continuation of our anti-racist training, and I would love some data around that to ensure that this is happening in our district. And along with that, I would love to see our district develop a dashboard that holds ourselves accountable for all of the different things that have been said, all of the different recommendations, the SARC committee's recommendations. And to the comment about timeline, I think that's so critical. And we need a mechanism for keeping ourselves accountable. So I would like to see a dashboard that is publicly available so we can all see what this district is doing, how we're moving the needle forward. I also want to know, and this maybe is my transition into talking about the SRO pilot that is now on the table. I want to know how we are also providing support to students who have expressed that they're experiencing heightened levels of anxiety due to increased police presence. We have police on our campuses for the next couple of weeks, and I want to know what we're doing to support those students as well. And that brings me to, I guess, what I would like to see in a program. First of all, I agree with Trustee De La Cruz that we don't have the resources for our own SRO program. And so I would really like for us to work with our city partners to understand what resources they can commit. The city has time and time again, the chief has time and time again said that he is committed to working with us. And so I would like to see them invest in us. And that means that we do not pay for an SRO program. We haven't paid for an SRO program for a decade. And it's not gonna start now. That's just not feasible. So I would like to work with our city partners on this. And I would like for all of the recommendations that were brought forward by the committee in 2020 to be very seriously considered. I mean, there were recommendations about data collection. We don't have the data. There was a question about data. We don't have it. And so we need to create it. And if that's not going to be on the table, then what are we doing? We need to collect the data. So that needs to be a core component of any kind of program. We need these police officers to also have training beyond de-escalation. Again, Luigi is a trained mental health care professional who specializes in working with children. That is so critical. That's why he worked. And I know Luigi personally, and I think he's dope AF. I really do. I love him. And he shouldn't be a unicorn, but he has taken time out of his own life to dedicate himself to this work. And so we need any kind of adult who holds that level of power and authority, and all of the things that could make one child's life go this way or this way, to have significant training. And I understand that SCO actually, that the behavioral health department has a curriculum, or at least a skeleton for a curriculum to do exactly this. And I would love to also have the commitment of our county office on this element of the program. We also need clear guidelines around when they get involved and when they don't. That will also be key to ensuring that we are not increasing harm to students with disability and students of color. We need to make sure that we all understand and that students, that you understand your rights. You understand what it means when you come into contact with a law enforcement officer. We need to make sure that there are very specific guidelines around when a police officer is involved in a situation and when they are not. I also, want to say that if we're going to bring a pilot of an SRO or whatever that looks like back, we need to implement our restorative justice program to fidelity. And that means that we need to increase circles. We need to make sure that it's not just the role of our restorative practitioners, that every single person in our system understands what restorative practices are and that we're a part of implementing them. And if we can't do that, this won't work. It really does take every single part of these recommendations, those recommendations, to make sure that we're creating something different. And I have hope and I have faith that under Superintendent Trinnell's leadership, we can do that. And if our county office is committed to supporting us, and if the city is committed to investing their dollars, then maybe we can do it. And so, Jeremy, that's my friendly amendment to your motion, is that we consider all of these things. And I know that everyone wants action now. I understand. I know the question is, well, what's going to happen tomorrow? We have law enforcement officers on campus for, I think, maybe another week. I don't know if 1 week has already passed since this, or a week and a half. And so we have to look. I'm thinking, at least me, I'm thinking about January. And what I would like to recommend or propose is that we talk to Chief Cregan about having Luigi rotate sites and having one liaison. I know their resources are limited too. I don't expect for the city to just put in $1.6 million tomorrow. And so my recommendation is that we explore what it would mean to have one liaison from our law enforcement from Santa Rosa Police Department, and specifically Luigi, rotating around sites in our district while we have these conversations about what it means to implement a different kind of program.
Okay, before we move on, I just want to point out, we have less than an hour left to accomplish all the business left on our agenda. So I'll call on Trustee De La Torre, then.
I'd appreciate it if you called on Director Rowe first, and then I'll go.
I'm so sorry. I did not see your hand. Go ahead.
I'm going to try to keep it short because we do have very little time left, like you were saying. I think that it's become clear that the majority of students do want SROs back on campus, but I also think that it's become clear that there is a group of students who feel very uncomfortable with that. I think that SROs can be a successful program as long as we make sure to address those students that do feel uncomfortable. If we, I love the idea of having a class that teaches students about their rights, so that even if students don't trust an SRO officer, they know that they can trust themselves and they know that they can keep those SRO officers accountable. I loved the idea of having a place for data and keeping track of data to make sure that we're keeping SROs accountable. I obviously think it's very important for SROs to have proper training. And I think that if we also work with Officer Luigi, if he can help train some SRO officers or, future police officers that are gonna become SRO officers, to make sure that they can understand what made Luigi so successful. And also talking to the students is very important, especially the Montgomery students who had Officer Luigi on their campus, who had an SRO on their campus, and it was successful and made them feel more comfortable and more safe. Talk to them about how he made those connections and why he was so successful. And I think if we really focus on building connections and having good communication, then we can make it a successful program. We can make our schools safer and welcoming. I don't think that it's the only solution, but I do think that it could be a really good solution for right now.
Trustee De La Torre and then De La Cruz, and then it will take it to me.
So to my fellow board members, I want to thank you for your transparency, your love, and your willingness to be a part of this conversation, whichever direction it goes. To be completely transparent to the room, and so this board knows, for those that have not had that one-on-one conversation, I was the 8%. I grew up on West 9th. Santa Rosa had a very large gang problem in 1990s. I was put on the known gang associates list at 17 years old because my favorite football team was San Francisco 49ers, whose colors are red, and I lived on West 9th. I was racially profiled at the age of 16 and pistol whipped by SRPD because of where I lived and the friends I hung out with. I have the utmost respect for law enforcement and the dangerous jobs that are put forth of them. I, better than most, understand both sides of this discussion. And I am support of a pilot program to be explored and discussed and how that might best fit onto our campuses. I was a part of the 8%. I've been a part of the 92%. 2023, the gangs are not waiting for us to vote on anything. They have stepped foot onto our campuses and have put our students and our teachers at risk. We have a duty to make sure every tool accessible is in that toolbox available for safety. And unfortunately, right now, a school resource officer program, however that may look, is not an accessible tool. So we have the ability to design what that tool may look like. I have not suggested in the pilot program that the district pay for this in any way, shape, or form and put resources into that program. SRPD are City of Santa Rosa employees. That is part of the exploration of this pilot program. What would it need to look like? Who would pay for it? What are the best practices for all involved? I am very concerned for the BIPOC community that is anxious and scared and nervous with police presence on campus. But without a proper SRO pilot program, those cops are on campus daily due to gang activity. And those same officers are that presence could be fearful to those students. And they're there because of a 911 call, because there was a knife, or there was a gun, or there was violence. They're there right now. If we allow ourselves to have this conversation and discuss building a pilot program, that allows this board of varied perspectives and knowledge and lived life experience to be a part of that narrative of how that may look. And that's what I look forward to, is the continued opportunities to have these discussions and build something that is sustainable and is built with love and will build relationships that are sustainable. Sergeant Carlson was a mounted police officer with SRPD. He spoke to me at the age of 17, not as a kid on West 9th Street that was surrounded by gangs, but as a young man that had a future. He told me I could be more than what was around me. He gave me hope and he gave me guidance. Those are opportunities that I'd like to try and find a way to make accessible to our children today.
Trustee De La Cruz.
I'd like to turn my proposal into a motion that I move to investigate and to develop an alternative sites program. We don't have anything that's working for kids right now. We heard today from a young woman who's coming back onto our campuses about what worked for her being at an alternative site setting, right? She said there was something about how small it was and how much attention she got that allowed her to focus and not worrying about everything else that was going on around her, to just be at school and learn. So I really want to turn that into something that is, actionable. And so I'd like to turn that into a motion.
So there's an earlier motion, it never received a second. I have a new motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. Now we have discussion on the second motion. Any
Just one thing to add, and if we're looking at with Trustee De La Cruz, a proposal for an alternative site, is the hope that as part of this discussion that we aren't segregating students of color
Absolutely,
um,
right?
to go into this program, because that is something that happens with alternative school proposals, is you see the exact same thing. You see these students who are identified on campus and they're removed from campus and segregated and placed into an alternative setting.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Director Sheffield, because that is a serious concern. I also think that right now, all we're doing is expelling these kids. We're
Exactly.
just taking them out and they have nothing and they're falling into worse harm as a result of not having anything that surrounds them. So the idea is to make sure that we're holding folks, and also, as I said, right, our values as a board are to make sure that we're not creating racialized harm in the actions that we're taking. So thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so because we need to bring this
Yes.
together.
So the one thing I didn't hear before I did not make a second was the timeline. Are we looking at, we have a meeting next week and I am eager to take action immediately. I know that Superintendent Trunell has in place our law enforcement to be on our campuses until until the end of, well, till January. And then we need to start looking at this again. So I'm looking for some type of action in your motion.
So what I would
really
like
quickly, hold on a sec, y'all. I have this motion that's been moved and seconded. There's been a lot of other proposals. So the question is, can those be put into a friendly amendment to this motion that's already been moved and seconded? I'll go ahead, Superintendent Trunell.
So I've been taking notes. I think that some of the recommendations, in my opinion, should be seen as direction to me.
Yeah.
That I think if we try to incorporate the 20 things into an amendment, we probably will be here just doing that for a while. So I'd like us to consider, just as a recommendation, consider the motion that was made, and that all of these recommendations will be considered as a part of the 2 motions that have been made. So just for the record, we have a first and a second on the motion for the alternative site, and we're waiting for a second on the pilot.
Correct.
Well, we could only have one motion at a time.
Correct.
So that other motion is dead now.
Well, no.
What happened to my motion?
It just,
Hey.
come on,
Hey.
man. We have kids
This is
still
basic
here.
parliamentary procedure.
Okay, I just need clarity though, because there was a reference that before the second is made, there were some additional things that needed to be shared or said. So in my opinion, that doesn't make the motion dead.
So, well, okay, so let me clarify. A motion was made.
This is how policy is made.
Another motion was made, and that second motion was seconded. So when that became the main motion, and now that's the main motion, the other one never received a second, so that one is dead. So now I'm asking about these other things maybe being incorporated into this main motion, kind of like how you brought it up. Really quickly, Director De La Torre, could you slowly repeat what your motion was again?
I put forth the motion that we allow the exploration and immediate implementation of an SRO pilot program cooperatively with Santa Rosa City Schools, the City of Santa Rosa, and Santa Rosa Police Department to address all the voices at the tables, concerns, and needs while we build a sustainable program we can all be proud of and support.
So I wanted you to read that because there was a component of immediate implementation, which I think it's outside our ability because we need to engage with someone else that actually would have to work with us to put that into effect. We would need like some sort of contract as to what does immediate implementation look like. So I think the exploration part of it is good. And I think that was also kind of part of Trustee Manieri's proposal. So I think the exploration of that pilot program, along with all of Trustee Manieri's proposals, if Trustee De La Cruz would be okay with incorporating all those as things to look at in direction to the superintendent. Would you be okay with that?
Seems
as
to be
a-
getting really muddy, so we need to be clear. If I need to amend or change the wording of my motion, I'm willing to do that. But now I've started a motion. We discussed it. Second on hold. Then we had another motion that was seconded, killing my motion. I'm willing to make another motion and amend that, but this is pretty muddy. To let me know how we do this appropriately. So it's correct.
Just to be clear, right now, because this is the main motion, the only thing that could be done at this point is to add a friendly amendment to this current motion. And that's what I'm asking about. So I'll let Trustee De La
Yeah,
Cruz.
so I just want to be very clear that my motion is an alternative that does not, I mean, it may include engaging with the city of Santa Rosa around the ways in which they might support alternative sites and alternatives to criminalization and policing, but I am not contemplating the recreation of an SRO program with my motion. It's a
Okay.
separate motion.
And anything about well, really quick with Trustee De La Cruz, anything about the proposals from Trustee Manieri, or do you just kind of want to take those as direction?
So I think I still need clarity. When the motion was made, Trustee Sheffield mentioned that before he made a second, there were some comments that he wanted to hear. And he allowed other people to share. He yielded to other trustees. So technically, from my perspective, and forgive me if I am wrong here, I'm trying to see if our legal is on line with us. I feel like we did not actually give the opportunity for the second because it was yielded. And during the conversation, as other recommendations were being shared, and a very different motion was made that has nothing to do with the original motion.
That's right. I'd like to call the question.
So
on my
here's how it
motion in a
works.
second.
At all points, anybody could have added a second. Nobody did. And now there's this motion. People could vote down this motion to then go back to that motion.
Are we
That's how it works.
are we only allowed to pass one motion? That's my point of.
There was only one action item on the agenda, so posted. So
So if we want to explore both options, we have to combine it?
No,
No.
could have multiple motions.
okay.
Can we move forward with this motion and then come back to this motion just so that procedurally we can do this correctly? If
But
we
I've
can
been
have
told my
multiple
motion's dead, so what are we moving back to?
So let this one play out and then we'll go back to that. Okay, so is there any further discussion on Trustee De La Cruz's motion? None? Okay, let's go to the vote.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. So now we'll definitely entertain your motion again. If you could repeat it, make the motion again. If there's a second, we'll go towards that. I will say that beyond this, we should confer with legal afterwards. Just make sure that it was okay in accordance with the Brown Act to have done that. And if not, then it would have to come back. But do you want to go ahead and make your motion again?
I make a motion that we allow the exploration and implementation of an SRO pilot program cooperatively with Santa Rosa City Schools, the City of Santa Rosa, and Santa Rosa Police Department to address all the voices at the table's concerns and needs while we build a sustainable program we can all be proud of and support, including the recommendations to this motion by my fellow board members.
Second.
Just real quick for clarity, including the recommendations that have been presented today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any discussion? None? Let's take it to the vote.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
No.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
President Medina.
No. Okay, we will now move on to the next item, if there's everything clear. All right, we'll move on to item F4. Is Lisa here? Okay, let's get this show on the road because it's getting late.
Thank you, President Medina, trustees, Superintendent Trinnell, and our Santa Rosa City Schools community. We'll go ahead and do a very abbreviated presentation this evening, just so we can hit the important topics on facilities master plan, along with our implementation plan. I'll hand it
If we
over
could have
to
everybody
Aaron.
keep it down or keep the motion outside so we could finish our business, please, and thank you. Continue, please.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you all for having us here. And we're just going to quickly go do a quick overview of the final draft of the facilities master plan that we're presenting for approval tonight. So one of the things that we wanted to emphasize, and that based on our last presentation, we incorporated into the introduction section of the facilities master plan, is an overview of what master planning means in the context of a design and construction project. And just clarifying that really what we're approving with the master plan is the general scope of the project, the big picture budget, the overall prioritization, a very high level overview of a facilities program, and that there will be additional detail developed through additional stakeholder engagement through programming and design phases of each project. So there is plenty of opportunity for additional input and dialing in exactly what we're doing on each campus and how we can best benefit students. Part of our process that we completed since the last time we met is scoring each project in the indicators of quality. The goals of that process are really to consistently and equitably evaluate the relative importance of projects, help guide decision-making about prioritization and the implementation plan, and make sure that that reflects the input that we receive from staff, teachers, parents, and community members. The main sources of data that go into that process are the site committee meetings. We had specific prioritization conversations at every school site. We had community meetings where we took questions, but also collected polling data. We talked to maintenance and operations staff about their needs and what was most important from their perspective. We did our own facilities assessments, and then we also had a survey that we got over 1,100 responses on
what types of projects were most important to the community. So all that went into rating and scoring each project within the facilities master plan. This is the overall summary. We went over this last time. These numbers have been updated a bit from where we were last time, just reflecting our further work, refining the scopes of work, refining kind of what we're doing as far as modernization in different projects. The overall total did come down a little bit, but there were various adjustments just going through and revising and refining that. You can see the totals for each school here. I think we're at just right around 1.4 billion overall for both districts. And so overall, that means that the funding that we have through Measure C and G represents kind of between 35 and 40% essentially of the need that we have. So we can get a lot done with Measure C and G. We will not be able to get everything done, but we can make a really big and positive impact on the school facilities and on each school's facilities.
From this, we've helped to start an implementation plan development process. So we've started a framework for our implementation plan, and we have developed budgets for our district-wide initiatives. These initiatives have come from the priorities based on our stakeholder meetings. They relate to the indicators of quality in the master plan. Next slide. Here we show some of the budgets for each of the bond measures based on the highest indicators of quality score. We did get these scores, just last week. So we're still working on finalizing our implementation plan. We've had our budget estimates in there, but we're working through identifying projects and cash flow budgets details on each. So it will take us a little bit of time, but we will be bringing these back and updating these on our annual facilities updates to the board as part of our process. Next slide. Our next steps, we have some immediate things that are what we call low-hanging fruit. We have some pre-approved projects like the Montgomery two-story building, some other roof and HVAC projects. We are working on exterior painting summer projects starting for this summer and continuing into next summer, as well as furniture. Some of you know we're doing our furniture piloting right now to get new furniture for our district. So we will continue to engage our necessary expertise and community engagement throughout this process as we continue forward. So last slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Our recommendation and request would be that the board consider approval of the facilities master plan and implementation plan. As Director Oden shared, we will be bringing specific projects back for approval each time, and we do have some on the agenda this evening. Are there questions from the board?
Any questions? Director Sheffield, then Director De La Cruz.
Yeah, I have a question. This is regards to a garden on Ridgeway campus. This is on page 424. And looking at the proposal does not leave room for this garden and what may become of it is my question. This garden is obviously very important for our students. It allows them the opportunity to develop skills that they can use. It's also a sanctuary. So my big question is what may become of this garden?
I don't remember exactly what that plans look like, Director Sheffield, off the top of my head, but I can say that I know we did talk about a garden at Ridgeway.
Yeah, I do, only because it's right outside my old office.
Okay, good.
I watched it.
Then you know the garden I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful garden, and Curtis, the man who helped build it, is a wonderful man. We did in the master plan show a larger space for that garden in a new area, so we may have to work on some things, but it is included in the district office facility as far as for the transition program to keep that garden. It just may have to relocate slightly because it is kind of in the middle of everything.
Yeah, no, when that time comes, call on me. I can put my gardening skills to use. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Trustee De La Cruz.
I'd just like to thank you for all of the work. I've heard great things from folks in the community who had concerns about the first round and just all the work that you've done to share information out around the living nature of this plan and its projects. So I'd like to move to approve this update on the facilities master plan.
I'll second.
There's a motion and second. Before we go to discussion, first, is there other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. really
I'll go with Director De La Torre, then Director Manieri.
I did have some community members bring up questions about Maria Carrillo's stadium specifically, and about some needs to finish that project that we obviously invested a lot of money into a few years ago. But I understand that would probably be brought up as individual projects come to table, then we can have those discussions to make sure people are getting what they need at their sites.
Yeah, beautification of our campuses is definitely one of the priority, things that we've heard at the site meetings. And I know what you're speaking to specifically, and I know the exact area. So yes, I could see that coming to the board as an individual project or a project based around that high school's landscaping.
I just want to express, I really appreciate the amount of work you guys have put into this and the flexibility you've had with the community concerns that the first round has brought up. And it's really made this process a lot easier to understand, and it's very heavy and burdensome, and appreciate your guys' time and effort.
Trustee Manieri.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. I echo that. Thank you so much for making this a really engaging process. I want to ensure that this continues to be an engaging process. So, what can folks do, or how can they get in contact with you? Is there anything different that they need to do now that we're approving this facilities master plan? Is there anything different that they have to do to make sure that their feedback is still being incorporated?
Yeah, we have a facilities advisory committee as well that try to keep transparency with what we are talking about and what we want to hear back from individual stakeholder groups like school sites. So we've invited some groups, and I've shared some invites with others to share out. So that will help as we do bring projects forward that are part of the high scored and part of the implementation plan. We will be engaging in that community deeply as we get into details, right? This is more of a high level, less detailed process, this master plan, although it does take what seems like forever. But as we dig into those, we'll dig into details as we go project specific.
Okay, so if we get emails or feedback, would it be okay to send it your way? Perfect.
Yes,
Thank you.
Any more questions? If not, we'll take it to public comment. We have Deborah Tapia de Martin, followed by Teresa Jepson, then Catherine Howe.
Hi, I have my kids in SRCS, the French American School, and I wanted to thank you because you have heard all the concerns that our community has. And we are very pleased with how we're moving forward. However, I don't think I saw our school in that list, and we also haven't, we were not provided a timeline in how the next acts are going to happen. And I wanted to ask if any other information about the timeline or what we can expect and how our school site is going to be affected by not allocating or being in the plan of funds that are brought up by the measures that were passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Next, we have Teresa Jepson, followed by Catherine Howe.
Hello, I just wanted to be here tonight to express my appreciation to Eric Oden, his team, for all that they have done with the master site facilities meetings that we've had on our campus. And I also would like to draw attention to a couple of specific projects at Carrillo. We have a lot of dead and overgrown landscaping, and I think it really does, when you look at things from a safety perspective, we really need to have clean sight lines on our campus, and if that could be addressed, that would be wonderful. The stadium project that Director De La Torre alluded to, we have a lot of weeds that are growing in the turf and the track, and if the landscaping could be completed, it protects the district's investment in the fields that are there. And then also outdoor seating for our students. We have about 30 tables for over 1,500 students to sit down and eat lunch.
which obviously doesn't work. So that's another project that's on there, and we'd appreciate your attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Next, we have Catherine Howe.
Hi, good evening. I want to say thank you to Eric and the Facilities Advisory Committee, which I am a member of, and the transparency that we're trying to get this time around with the last bond. The implementation plan specifically seems like it was passed at 11:37 on a Wednesday night in July. And then was never seen again. And teachers did not feel like they had any ability to impact the implementation plan. So we've been reassured that this is a living document. We can see that individual sites are going to need input as the money is brought into the district and allocated. And I just want to say thank you for making sure that teachers are going to have a constant voice and the public is going to constantly have the ability to comment on the implementation plan as the money is being spent. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howe. Before we move on, could you all maybe kind of answer Ms. Tapia's question about SRFAX and timeline and that?
Yeah, based on questions that we've had and conversations we had with that community, our next steps are engaging a structural and a geotechnical engineer to provide some additional research and specificity around the requirements. So we're doing that now. We expect to have that additional information in January, and we'll be coordinating with the site principal to have a community meeting to talk about that once we have that information.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table to approve the facilities master plan as presented, moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield. Is there any discussion on that? None? Let's take it to the vote.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
Director Manieri. Aye. President Medina.
Aye. Thank you all for your presentation. Appreciate the work.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us this late at night and for all of your work.
And now we'll move on
You're very
to
welcome.
item F5. Let's see, first interim budget report.
In the interest of time, I won't share the presentation unless we have questions on that, but just want to go ahead and do a quick overview. Remember, these are our estimates based on information between July 1 and October 31st. We'll bring another update in March. Excuse me. We are presenting a qualified budget because in the third year out with the adopted state budget cost of living adjustment, we are looking at a deficit of about $17 million over what we have in reserves to meet our 3%. So we will see some adjustments at second interim after the governor's budget proposal. In the meantime, we are working diligently with our budget advisory committee to bring us back into a positive certification, hopefully by second interim.
Thank you. Now for board questions, Director De La Cruz.
I would love for us to just receive some information before the next quarter around what funds we might have that are discretionary to use for the two motions that were passed this evening. I believe that those, the fiscal impacts of these motions need to be addressed urgently in order for us to be able to move forward, in a timely manner to address our district needs.
Absolutely, thank you.
And not at 11:30 at night. Too critical a conversation to talk about our money to do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We'll go on to public comment. I have no blue cards. Back to the board for action. Is there a motion? Well, let me entertain a motion to approve the 2023-2024 first interim budget as presented.
So moved.
Second.
So it's moved by Director De La Cruz, second by, was that Trustee Manieri?
Yes.
Any discussion? Let's go to the vote.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
No.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Moving on to item F6. Approval of MOU reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and CSCA Region 25 regarding 2024-2025 classified employee calendar.
Thank you, President Medina, Superintendent Chanel, members of the board, and those who are still here with us virtually and in person. Every year, CSEA and SRCS negotiate the holidays for the classified employees. And this MOU is this year's negotiation for the classified calendar and holidays.
Is there any questions from any members of the board? No, we'll open up to public comment. I have no blue cards. Back to the board.
I'd like to move to approve the MOU reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and CSEA regarding the 2024-25 calendar.
Second.
There's a motion by Director De La Cruz, second by Director Sheffield. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go to the vote.
Director Rao, Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director Manieri. Aye. President Medina.
Aye. Now let's move on to item F7. This is approval of a correction of variable term waiver for a people personnel services credential for Angelica Montalban.
Thank you. Last month, we approved the variable term waiver for Angelica. However, the cover was incorrect and stated that it was for an administrative position. So they are requesting that we have a corrected waiver approved tonight.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
So moved.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second, but before that, call for public comment. I have no blue cards. So back to the board. Moved by Director De La Cruz, second by Director Sheffield. Is there any discussion? No discussion. Let's go to the vote.
Director Rao. Aye. Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director Manieri. Aye. President Medina.
Aye. Now we'll move on to item F8, adopting a resolution number 2023-2024-25, approving leaseback contract with Wright Contracting LLC. DBA is Wright Contracting General Builders for the new classroom building at Montgomery High School project and making related findings.
Hello, thank you, President Medina, Superintendent Janelle, and board. We're asking the board to consider adopting resolution 2023-24-25, approving the leaseback contract with Wright Contracting. This resolution authorizes the site lease and facilities leases to Wright as a leaseback contractor for the project of the new school building at Montgomery High School. So we ask for your approval.
Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. I have no blue cards. Back to the board for motion. Anybody?
I'll move for adoption of the resolution 2023-24-25, approving the lease back contract with Wright Contracting LLC, yada, yada.
Second.
Moved by Director Sheffield, seconded by Director De La Cruz. Is there any discussion? Trustee Manieri? Oh, I'm sorry. Clarification, moved by Director Sheffield, seconded by Trustee Manieri. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go to the vote.
Director Rao. Aye. Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Manieri. Aye. Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Now moving on to item F9, CSBA delegate nomination. Is somebody presenting on this?
Just so you know, my computer's not working, so I don't have access to my notes. So I guess.
You know, it's funny, trustee Flores, because one time you had told me to make sure that you always print, always have that backup. You
I
had,
do, but I don't have my notes in here.
well, you
And
have,
someone spilled coffee on
I
it.
just don't get it. You know, you have to preach, practice what you preach, and here's an instance. I'm just saying,
So I don't know if my thing's not working, but it's not showing me the correct information here.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think there's an issue.
It broke. It's done. Let's go home.
So I believe this was to nominate someone as a delegate to CSBA.
That's correct.
Is
But I
there?
don't have my notes because it was a little bit confusing. I had to reach out to our Pacer in terms of who and what selection. Did you have that?
A suggestion for this, because I'm also not able to open the content of the agenda now. I can see the items. Perhaps for this one, maybe we could, maybe the board could, maybe the board could actually defer this one to a future meeting, namely next week's special board meeting.
Do it.
Which I can agendize it, because if you do make a nomination, that person has to submit their paperwork by January 7th, and we won't have another board meeting.
So
This one's January 7th.
is there a motion to move this item to our December 20th special meeting?
I move to move this item to December 20th.
Second.
I'll say moved by trustee Manieri, seconded by trustee Flores. Any discussion? Seeing none, goes to the vote.
Aye. Director Rao.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
I,
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Now we will move on to consent items. I need a motion to approve consent items F2 through F17. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Oh, so I'm sorry, G2 to G17.
Move to approved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by trustee Flores, seconded by trustee Sheffield. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go to the vote.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Let's move on to item H1, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting held on November 8th, 2023.
Move approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting held on November 8th, 2023.
Second.
Moved by trustee Sheffield, seconded by trustee De La Torre. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's go to the vote.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Now we'll move to I, board member requests for information. Are there any board member requests for information? Trustee Manieri.
Yeah, I would like to know how, in the next couple of weeks, while we have police officers on our campuses, how we're providing support to students who may not feel safe with that on their campuses. I would like to know specifically how we're providing support. And I would also like to know, I'd like for us to collect some data over these next couple of weeks as well. So while we have future conversations, we have some data, some preliminary data.
Any other requests for information? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to J, information items. Items 1, 2, and 3, future board discussion items, board conduct and code of ethics and educational acronyms and abbreviations are there at the agenda. Before we adjourn on time, any last words, Superintendent Tranel? Well, no, not
For
like
the
that.
night. thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate everyone's time tonight. We heard some really hard things. And I just, having 7 bosses, it's really hard to hear how they are spoken to. And I just want to share my respect, and also that I did ask for the safety item to be on the agenda tonight, and so I apologize for the harm. Thank you.
I don't think you need to apologize for that, but I would say, wow, this has been an interesting first meeting for me as president, so. Meeting adjourned.